Eternal Embrace of the Night. Chapter 1. A Chance Encounter. The night was unusually quiet for a late spring evening in Maplewood, a small town nestled on the outskirts of London. The streets were bathed in the soft, golden light of the lampposts, their glow barely breaking the dense canopy of trees surrounding the park. Liam Weaver, a 22-year-old university student, was walking home after a late study session at the local library. His mind was preoccupied with essays, deadlines, and the humdrum of student life. The park, a shortcut to his flat, was the perfect place to clear his head. The cool breeze swept through the branches, rustling the leaves, and the faint scent of fresh grass lingered in the air. It was peaceful, quiet, but for some reason, tonight, the air felt heavy with something else, something Liam couldn't quite place. He paused near an old oak tree, tried to shake off the nagging sensation that he was being watched. His footsteps echoed softly on the cobblestone path, each step pushing him deeper into the quiet, eerie atmosphere of the park. He stopped to take a deep breath, allowing the cool night air to calm his racing mind. That's when he saw her. She stood by the edge of the fountain, half hidden in the shadows of the trees. At first, Liam thought she was just another figure passing through, perhaps a late-night jogger or someone out for a walk. But there was something about her that made him stop in his tracks. The girl, she was more like an ethereal figure than a human, was striking. She had long, dark hair that cascaded down her back in waves, glistening silver under the moonlight. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, with an unnatural beauty that made her look otherworldly. Her eyes, though, were what captured Liam's attention, glowing a deep, almost unnatural shade of red. They were piercing, hypnotic, and for a brief moment, he felt as though they were looking directly into his soul. Liam swallowed hard, unsure whether to approach her or turn away. There was an odd pull inside him, a strange attraction mixed with a sense of caution. It was as if something inside him told him he shouldn't be this close. Still, curiosity overpowered any rational thought. He stepped closer. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The girl turned slowly, her gaze locking with his. There was a flicker of something, surprise, perhaps, or recognition, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. She didn't answer right away, just studying him with those mesmerizing red eyes, as if deciding whether or not to speak. For a moment, the world around them seemed to stand still. The wind stopped. The night, once calm, now felt charged like the tension before a storm. Liam's heart beat a little faster, his pulse quickening. There was something about this girl, this stranger, that felt wrong. But at the same time, there was something deeply compelling about her, something he couldn't ignore. Finally, she spoke, her voice soft yet laced with an almost dangerous edge. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her tone flat, almost as if she were warning him. Liam took another cautious step forward. "Why?" He couldn't help but ask, despite the strange sense of danger that crept up his spine. "I mean, the park's open to everyone. What are you doing out here alone?" Her eyes narrowed for a moment, and Liam swore he saw a flash of something more than just human, something ancient, something that belonged to the shadows. She tilted her head slightly, as if studying him with a curiosity of her own. "You don't understand," she replied, her voice cold and distant. "You're not supposed to know me." There was again this overwhelming feeling that their meeting wasn't a coincidence. Liam had never met anyone like her before. He was used to the usual faces in the park, the late-night joggers, the couples walking their dogs, the occasional drunk trying to find their way home. But this girl, she was different. She felt like she came from a world that was far removed from his own. A strange thought crossed his mind, one he couldn't quite shake. She's hiding something. Isla's eyes flickered with something. Maybe regret, maybe something darker. But she turned away from him before Liam could press her further. He could feel the pull to follow her, but his instincts told him to stay back. There was danger in the air. "You need to forget me," she said, her voice barely audible as she walked away, her footsteps soundless against the pavement. Liam blinked, unsure of what had just happened. His heart raced. There was something haunting about the way she said it, like she knew something he didn't. And yet, despite the warning in her voice, Something inside him refused to let her go. He called out before he could stop himself. "Wait!" Isla paused but didn't turn around. She seemed to hesitate, as if debating whether to respond. For a long moment, the night was silent, save for the sound of Liam's own breath, which had become shallow with anticipation. "Why are you here?" Liam pressed, trying to make sense of the strange encounter. He had no idea what was happening, but he knew that he couldn't just walk away. Not now. Not when every fiber of his being was telling him to get closer, to understand who she was, what she was. "Go home," she whispered, her voice laced with something almost like sorrow. "Forget me, for your own safety." But Liam couldn't forget her. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how many times he told himself to walk away, her image haunted him. Her red eyes, the way she had looked at him as though she knew a secret about him that he didn't even know himself. He watched her disappear into the shadows, her figure fading into the darkness of the trees, until she was nothing more than a fleeting memory. But even as she vanished, Liam felt an inexplicable tug at his heart, as though his life had just been irrevocably changed. As he made his way home, the silence of the night felt suffocating. His thoughts raced. Who was she? Why did she look at me like that? But no matter how much he tried to rationalize it, the feeling wouldn't leave him. He had to see her again. This was no ordinary girl. And somehow deep inside, he knew that their meeting wasn't just by chance. Chapter 2, Forbidden Attraction. The days following his encounter with Isla felt like a blur to Liam. His mind, which had once been consumed with mundane thoughts of classes and assignments, now constantly drifted back to that moment in the park. The image of her, her long, dark hair shimmering under the moonlight, the way her eyes seemed to pierce right through him, and the eerie sense of something more beneath the surface, refused to leave his thoughts. He had tried to brush it off, tried to tell himself it was nothing more than a strange, passing encounter, but every time he closed his eyes, all he could see were those glowing red eyes. He found himself retracing his steps back to the park, hoping, no, expecting, to find her again. But each time there was nothing, just the quiet rustling of the trees, the sound of his own footsteps echoing in the dark. It was the following Friday evening when he finally saw her again. Liam was walking home from the university library, his bag slung over his shoulder, his mind heavy with thoughts of an upcoming exam he hadn't quite prepared for. His steps were slow as he passed through the park, the shadows of the trees stretching out long and dark in the soft light of the street lamps. There was something oddly comforting about the stillness of the park, but as he neared the old oak tree where he had first met Isla, he felt it again, the pull. He wasn't sure why, but his heart began to race, a sense of urgency gripping him. Without thinking, he walked faster, his pulse quickening with every step. And there, in the distance near the fountain, he saw her. Isla. She was standing beneath a large willow tree, her back to him, her figure silhouetted against the pale moonlight. The sight of her took Liam's breath away. She looked even more hauntingly beautiful than the first time he had seen her, though something about her seemed different. There was an undeniable sadness in the way she held herself, an air of quiet isolation that seemed to emanate from her like a dark cloud. Liam couldn't stop himself. He walked toward her, each step bringing him closer to the magnetic force he couldn't resist. As he approached, Isla turned around slowly, as if she had been expecting him. Her eyes, glowing faintly red in the dark, met his, and for a moment neither of them spoke. The air between them was charged, heavy with something neither of them could quite explain. Liam's heart was pounding in his chest, not from fear, but from something far deeper, something that felt as though it had been stirring inside him for much longer than he realized. "You came," Isla said, her voice soft but tinged with a trace of something that Liam couldn't place. Was it relief? Regret? She didn't seem entirely happy to see him, yet her gaze held him captive. Liam swallowed, feeling his throat dry. He had no idea what to say. His mind was racing, his heart torn between caution and something much stronger, an overwhelming desire to reach out to her, to get closer, to understand her. "I couldn't stop thinking about you," he said, before he could stop himself. The words hung in the air, raw and unfiltered. His chest tightened as he spoke, as though admitting out loud made the feelings all the more real. Isla's expression softened, but only for a second. The fleeting vulnerability in her eyes was quickly replaced by something more distant, more guarded. "You shouldn't be here, Liam," she said, her voice dropping an octave. She took a step back, as if trying to distance herself. But Liam wasn't about to let her slip away again. "Why?" he asked, his voice quiet but firm. "You told me to forget you, but I can't. There's something about you. I don't know what it is, but I can't walk away from this." Isla closed her eyes, as though trying to block out the weight of his words. A long, painful silence stretched between them before she spoke again. "I'm not like you," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I don't belong in your world." Liam felt a chill run down his spine. The weight of her words hit him harder than he expected, but he couldn't stop himself from stepping closer, drawn to her as if some invisible force was pulling him toward her. "I don't care about that," he said, his voice rough with the intensity of his feelings. "I care about you." Isla's eyes widened slightly, and for the first time, Liam saw something in her, something like fear or maybe regret, flit across her face. She took a step back, shaking her head. "You don't understand," she said, her voice shaking slightly, though she tried to hide it. "You don't know what I am, what I've done. You don't know the danger you're in." The air between them was thick with tension, but it wasn't just the unspoken words or the difference in their worlds that made it feel so heavy. It was the undeniable attraction between them, something Liam couldn't deny, no matter how much he wanted to. It was as if their souls were drawn together by some unseen force, one neither of them could control. Isla looked at him, her gaze piercing and intense. We can't be together, Liam. It's not just dangerous for you. It's dangerous for both of us. You don't know the kind of world I come from." Liam shook his head, refusing to back down. "I don't care about that. I don't care about anything except being with you. We can figure out together." Isla laughed softly, but it was a hollow sound, full of sadness and resignation. "You think you can fix this? That we can somehow find a way to be together?" She took another step back, her expression turning cold again, almost as though she was bracing herself against the pull between them. "You don't know what it's like to be me, Liam. To live a life that doesn't belong to anyone, least of all to someone like you." Liam's heart ached at the raw emotion in her voice. He could see the pain she was trying to hide, the walls she had built around herself to protect her heart. But he couldn't walk away. Not now. Not after everything he had felt in that moment. "Then help me understand," Liam said, his voice low, but full of conviction. "Tell me what you're afraid of. Tell me what I don't know. Because right now, all I can think about is how I feel when I'm near you. And it's not something I'm willing to ignore." For a long moment, Isla didn't speak. Her eyes searched his face, as if weighing something heavy inside her, something she wasn't ready to share. Then, finally, she spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not like the others, Liam. I'm not a part of your world. I'm dangerous. And the longer you stay around me, the harder it will be for me to let you go. So please," she said, her voice breaking for the first time, "walk away before it's too late." But even as she said those words, Liam saw it. The vulnerability in her eyes, the way her body trembled ever so slightly. It was as if she was fighting against something deeper than just the danger she faced. It was a connection between them, the one that neither of them could control. Liam took another step toward her, his hand outstretched, reaching for the warmth of her hand. But before he could touch her, Isla stepped back once more, her eyes wide with panic. "I can't let you in, Liam. Not like this." The words cut through him like a knife, but something in him refused to give up. "You don't have to let me in right now. But just know this. I'm not going anywhere." With that, Isla turned and disappeared into the shadows of the park, her figure vanishing as quickly as she had come. But the lingering pull between them remained, stronger than ever. Liam stood there, his chest heaving, his heart racing with the intensity of what had just transpired. His mind was reeling. She was afraid of him, afraid of what they could become. But despite everything she had said, despite the danger, Liam knew one thing for certain. He couldn't let her go. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 3. The Secret Revealed. The days following Isla's disappearance felt like a blur for Liam. He had returned to his apartment, but the emptiness of his room seemed magnified by the absence of her presence. He couldn't stop thinking about her, about the way she looked at him, her words that echoed in his mind, and the dangerous pull between them that he couldn't escape. He had tried to distract himself, buried his head in his studies, but nothing worked. She was always there, just beneath the surface of his thoughts. And then, as if fate itself had orchestrated it, she appeared again. It was a warm evening, the kind of night when the air was thick with the scent of earth and flowers, and the stars above seemed brighter than usual. Liam had decided to take a walk to the park again, hoping the fresh air would clear his head. As he wandered past the fountain, he spotted her, Isla, standing beneath the large willow tree once more, her figure bathed in the silver light of the full moon. She was waiting for him. His heart skipped a beat, and without thinking, he walked toward her, the sound of his footsteps muffled by the soft grass beneath his shoes. His breath caught as he drew closer, his body instinctively moving toward hers, as if his soul knew he couldn't stay away. Isla turned slowly, her glowing red eyes immediately locking with his. A chill ran down Liam's spine at the sight of her, but there was no fear in his heart, only the magnetic attraction that had haunted him for days. "You came back," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper, but it carried an unspoken weight. There was a quiet sadness in her tone, something fragile and raw that Liam had never heard before. "I couldn't stay away," Liam admitted, his voice shaky but honest. He wasn't sure if it was the moonlight casting a spell over him or the intensity of the connection they shared, but it was as if every part of him, his mind, his body, his heart, was drawn to her, compelling him to be near her, no matter the consequences. Isla sighed deeply, her shoulders slumping as if the weight of the world rested on her. She looked at him for a moment, her expression torn. Then slowly, she motioned toward the winding path that led deeper into the park. "Come," she said, her voice a little stronger this time. "I need to explain something to you." Liam followed her, his heart racing in anticipation. He didn't know what to expect, but he knew one thing. He wanted to know the truth. Everything about her had been a mystery. Her eyes, her distance, the way she spoke of things he couldn't quite understand. But now, it seemed, she was finally ready to share whatever secret she had been hiding. They walked in silence, the only sound between them the soft rustling of leaves as the wind passed through the trees. After a few minutes, Isla stopped beneath a cluster of ancient oaks, their branches twisting into the night sky like the fingers of some forgotten god. She turned to face him, her expression unreadable. Liam stopped in front of her, his chest tightening with a mixture of excitement and dread. He could feel the tension in the air, the moment before the truth would be laid bare between them. Isla looked up at the moon for a moment, her face illuminated in its soft light. Then, with a deep breath, she spoke the words Liam had feared and hoped to hear all at once. "I'm not human," she said quietly, her voice low, like she was confessing something far too dangerous to speak aloud. "I'm a vampire." Liam blinked, momentarily stunned by her words. The word vampire echoed in his mind like a distant bell. His heart skipped a beat, his thoughts racing to make sense of what she had just said. For a moment, he stood there frozen, trying to comprehend the weight of her confession. "You're a vampire?" Liam repeated, the words tasting foreign on his tongue. Isla nodded, her eyes never leaving his. "Yes, I know how this must sound, Liam, but it's the truth. I've lived longer than you could ever imagine, seen things that most people wouldn't believe. The vampire world, it's dangerous, more dangerous than you could ever understand." Liam's mind was spinning. Everything she had said, everything he had seen, her glowing eyes, her unnatural beauty, the way she had warned him to stay away, was beginning to make sense, but it was all too much to process at once. Vampires weren't supposed to be real. They were myths, stories told to frighten children. But here she was, standing before him, her confession hanging in the air like a cloud of doom. "But why didn't you tell me sooner?" Liam asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Why did you keep this from me?" Isla looked away as if ashamed. "Because I didn't want you to be afraid. I didn't want you to see me as a monster. And I didn't want you to get involved in my world. It's a world that doesn't have room for people like you, Liam. Liam's heart clenched at her words. There was so much pain in her voice, so much sorrow, and yet, beneath it, there was something even stronger, an overwhelming loneliness that made her seem more fragile than he had ever imagined. "But I don't care about that," Liam said, stepping closer to her, his voice steady with a conviction he felt deep in his soul. "You're not a monster. You're just you. I don't care what you are. I care about you, Isla, and I want to be with you. I'm not going to walk away from you just because of what you are." Isla shook her head, her eyes darkening with the weight of something unsaid. "You don't understand, Liam. If you stay with me, if you continue to pursue this, there will be consequences. There are other vampires, others who will see you as a threat. There are hunters who will do anything to eliminate humans who get too close to our kind. Your life will be in constant danger. And I could lose everything." Liam's chest tightened as he took in her words. The danger, the threats, everything she had warned him about. But despite it all, there was something inside him, something powerful, that refused to back down. "I don't care about the danger," Liam said, his voice fierce now, his heart pounding with kind of certainty he had never felt before. "I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I'm not afraid of you, and I'm not afraid of the danger. I'm willing to face whatever comes with being with you." Isla stared at him, a mixture of disbelief and something soft in her eyes, something like hope, or maybe even love. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The weight of their emotions hung in the air, thick and heavy. Finally, Isla stepped closer, her eyes softening as she met his gaze. "You're making a terrible mistake," she whispered. "But I can't stop you. I just want you to understand the risks. That this isn't just about us anymore. It's about everything." Liam nodded, his heart full of determination. He didn't know exactly what the future held, but he knew one thing for sure. He couldn't walk away from Isla, no matter the cost. Whatever dangers lay ahead, he was ready to face them. "I understand," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "And I'm still staying." Isla didn't speak, but her hand reached out, fingers brushing against his. The contact sent a jolt of electricity through him, and for the first time, he saw the true depth of her feelings for him, her love and her fear. She wasn't sure how this could work, how their worlds had ever truly mesh, but she knew that, in this moment, their connection was undeniable. And for the first time, Isla allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was hope for them after all. Chapter 4, Vampire Hunters. The days after Isla's revelation had been a whirlwind for Liam. Everything he had known about the world had been turned upside down, and in its place was an unfamiliar reality. A reality where vampires existed, and where his connection with Isla was not just forbidden, but dangerous. Still, despite the warnings, despite the risks, Liam couldn't shake the feeling that being with her was worth whatever dangers came their way. But Isla's words had left a heavy weight on his chest. She had spoken of the dangers of the vampire hunters, the ruthless group of humans who dedicated their lives to exterminating vampires, no matter the cost. She had begged him to stay away, to protect himself from the world she belonged to, but Liam had been resolute. However, what he didn't fully understand was just how real that danger was, and how close it was to him. It was a rainy Thursday evening, when Liam's world collided with the harsh reality of Isla's life. He had been meeting Isla at the park, as they had begun to do almost every night after their talks under the stars. The night was thick with a chill that cut through the air, and the sound of raindrops pattering against the ground created a soft, rhythmic noise. Liam had arrived early, waiting beneath a large oak tree, when a sense of unease suddenly settled over him. It was subtle at first, like a faint tingle at the back of his neck. But the longer he stood there, the stronger it grew. Something was wrong. A few minutes passed before he heard the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and they were getting closer. Liam's breath caught in his throat as a figure appeared through the mist, emerging from the shadows of the trees. The figure was tall, his movements confident and sure, his face hidden beneath a hood, but there was something about the way he walked that made Liam's instincts scream danger. The man stopped a few feet away, his eyes locking onto Liam with an unsettling intensity. The stranger didn't speak for a moment, studying Liam as if trying to decide whether or not he was worth addressing. Then, Without warning, the man spoke, his voice low and cold. "You're Liam Weaver, aren't you?" Liam's heart skipped a beat. The man knew his name. "Who are you?" Liam asked, his voice suddenly thick with suspicion. He took a step back, instinctively putting space between them, his senses on high alert. His first thought was that this man was dangerous, and he needed to get away. But he couldn't leave. He couldn't leave Isla, not knowing what was going on. The man pulled back his hood, revealing a sharp, chiseled face, handsome, but with an edge that made him look like someone who had seen too much of the world's darkness. His eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth, and they scanned Liam with a quiet disdain. "I'm Ethan," the man said, his tone flat. "I'm here to make sure you stay out of her way." Liam's confusion only deepened. "Stay out of whose way?" Ethan's lips curled into a small, humorless smile. "You're playing with fire, boy, and fire burns." Before Liam could ask another question, the sound of a soft, familiar voice reached him from behind. "Ethan." Liam's heart skipped a beat. He turned to see Isla emerging from the shadows, her figure more graceful than ever, but the look on her face was different tonight, tense, guarded, and fearful. Her eyes met his, and for a moment, the warmth he had come to associate with her seemed to flicker out. "Isla," Ethan said, his voice holding an edge of something cold, something personal. "I thought I might find you here." Liam looked back and forth between them, his heart pounding. There was an undeniable tension in the air, something darker, more dangerous than anything he had felt before. The storm in the air seemed to mirror the storm brewing between the two of them. "Ethan," Isla said, her voice careful, her body tense. "What are you doing here?" Ethan didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a slow step forward, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto Isla. "I'm here to do what's necessary, Isla. I don't want to hurt you, but if you're still involved with this human," he gestured toward Liam with a slight sneer, "I can't let you live." Liam's stomach twisted in fear. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice shaking with confusion. "Why are you threatening her?" Isla stepped between them, her eyes flashing with an emotion Liam couldn't quite place. "It's not you I'm worried about, Liam," she said, her voice tight. "It's him. Ethan is a vampire hunter." The words hit Liam like a punch to the gut. Vampire hunter? His mind reeled. A cold dread washed over him as everything began to fall into place. Ethan wasn't just some stranger. He wasn't just a man with a vendetta against Isla. He was a part of a group that hunted her kind. Liam opened his mouth, trying to form a coherent response, but before he could speak, Ethan moved in a blur, grabbing Isla by the wrist and yanking her toward him. Isla's gasp of pain sent a sharp pang through Liam's chest. He instinctively lunged forward, his body moving before he could even think. "Let go of her!" Liam shouted, reaching out to pull Ethan's arm away. But Ethan wasn't fazed. He looked down at Liam with a look of cold amusement, as though this was all some sick game to him. "You don't understand, do you?" Ethan said, his voice low and mocking. "You're nothing but a distraction, a liability. She's not yours to save." Liam felt the heat of anger rising in him, the need to protect Isla flooding his veins. He didn't know how or why, but he couldn't let this man hurt her. Before he knew it, he was on the ground, an agonizing pain shooting through his chest as Ethan shoved him aside with inhuman strength. Isla cried out in alarm, rushing to Liam's side. The pain in his chest was intense, but the worst part was seeing Isla, seeing her fear. She was terrified, her face pale, her eyes wide with a mix of anger and sorrow. "Ethan, stop!" she shouted, her voice breaking. "You don't have to do this." Ethan ignored her, tightening his grip on her wrist as he pulled a silver knife from his belt. The glint of the blade in the dim light sent a chill through Liam's bones. It was real. The weapon in Ethan's hand was made specifically for vampires. Silver could kill them, burn them, end their lives in an instant. Liam's breath came out in short gasps, his heart pounding as he pushed himself to his knees, his gaze fixed on the knife. He couldn't let this happen. Not to Isla, not to the woman. A flash of motion. Isla yanked herself free from Ethan's grip, her speed so quick that Liam could barely follow it with his eyes. She shoved Ethan back with a force that sent him stumbling, But the hunter quickly regained his balance, a look of cold fury flashing across his face. "You'll regret this," Ethan growled, his voice dripping with malice. "I'm giving you one last chance. Isla, walk away from this human, or you'll both regret it." Isla's eyes were hard now, her lips pressed together in a thin line. She stood in front of Liam, her body tense, ready for whatever was to come. "Leave, Ethan," she said, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "I won't run. I won't hide. You know I won't. But you will leave." For a long, agonizing moment, there was no sound except the beating of Liam's heart in his chest, the rain drizzling down around them. Finally, Ethan stepped back, his eyes blazing with contempt. "This isn't over," he spat, before disappearing into the darkness, leaving only the echo of his footsteps behind. Liam didn't move at first. He could still feel the tremor in his bones, the adrenaline coursing through him. His chest hurt, both physically from the encounter and emotionally from the terror he had just witnessed. But as his eyes met Isla's, his fear began to melt away. She was here. She was alive. She knelt beside him, her face pale and drawn. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice soft but laced with worry. Liam nodded, though the panic still clawed at his throat. You're really being hunted?" Isla didn't answer right away. She just stared at him, her eyes filled with the same sorrow, the same pain he had seen before. "Yes," she whispered. "And now you're involved too." Chapter 5, Growing Closer. The weeks that followed the confrontation with Ethan were a whirlwind of emotions for both Liam and Isla. The danger still lingered. Ethan's threats were a constant reminder of the peril Isla faced, and by extension, the peril that Liam now shared with her. But despite the looming danger, something deep within them had changed. The bond between Liam and Isla had become undeniable, forged through their shared moments of fear and connection. They had crossed an invisible line, one that had set them on a path that neither of them could turn away from. They continued meeting in secret, always under cover of night, always away from the prying eyes of the world that would never understand their love. The park where they first met had become their sanctuary, a place where time seemed to stand still. But as their love deepened, so did the sense of urgency and danger that surrounded them. Liam could feel the pull of Isla's presence every time they were together. Her touch was intoxicating, her eyes drawing him in with a depth that felt both infinite and unreachable. And yet, with every moment they spent together, they grew closer. It was as though every shared glance, every whispered word, built a stronger, more indestructible connection between them. But Isla was not an ordinary woman. She was a vampire, with a past that stretched over centuries. She had lived through the rise and fall of empires, the shifting of time and history, always alone, always distant from the world around her. Liam could feel the weight of her isolation, the years of loneliness that seemed to have carved deep marks into her soul. And yet, despite all of that, she had chosen him. The knowledge that he was her choice, her risk, was both humbling and terrifying. It was a cold, moonless night when they met again. The rain had stopped, leaving behind the earthy scent of wet grass and the distant hum of the city beyond the park. Liam was already waiting beneath the same old oak tree where they had shared their first real conversation. His heart raced as he watched the shadows, waiting for Isla's appearance. When she emerged from the darkness, her silhouette elegant and ethereal, it felt like time had stopped. Her presence was magnetic, pulling him in without any effort at all. She moved with a fluid grace that seemed otherworldly, like she wasn't just walking, she was gliding. Her red eyes, which always seemed to glow with an inner fire, were softer tonight, less guarded. There was something different in the way she looked at him, and it made Liam's pulse quicken. "Liam," she whispered, her voice carrying a quiet sadness, "I didn't want to drag you further into my world. You shouldn't be here. You should be living your life, not hiding in the shadows with me." Liam took a step forward, closing the distance between them, and gently cupped her face in his hands, forcing her to look at him. "I don't want a life without you, Isla," he said, his voice unwavering, filled with the conviction of someone who had found his purpose. "No matter what you are, no matter the danger, I want to be with you. I'm not running from this. I'm not running from you." Isla closed her eyes for a moment, a tear slipping down her cheek, though she wiped it away quickly, as if she were ashamed of the emotion. "You don't understand what you're saying," she murmured, shaking her head. "I'm not like you. I've seen the world change, seen the people I've loved wither away while I remain unchanged. I've lost so much, Liam, and now I'm asking you to give up everything for someone like me. I can't ask you to do that." Liam's heart ached at her words, the loneliness in her voice cutting through him like a blade. He had always known that Isla's immortality came with a price. He had seen the shadows of her past in her eyes, but to hear her speak of her pain so openly hit him in a way he hadn't expected. He had never known loss on the scale she had known, never felt the weight of centuries pressing down on him. He couldn't truly understand what it meant to be her, but one thing was clear. She was the one thing he had never been willing to let go of. He reached out, brushing his thumb gently against her cheek. "You don't have to ask me. Isla, I want this. I want to be with you. I don't care about the time, the danger, or the consequences. I care about you, and I'm not going anywhere." Her eyes locked with his, and for a moment, everything else disappeared. There were no vampires, no hunters, no centuries of pain or heartache. There was only them, standing beneath the quiet sky. The world felt still, as though the universe itself had paused to give them this one perfect moment. "I don't deserve you," she whispered, her voice breaking slightly. "Maybe," Liam said, a soft smile tugging at the corner of his lips, "but I still want you." Isla's breath caught in her throat, her eyes darkening with emotion. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. It was warm, alive, and it was beating for her. And then, as if something inside her finally broke, Isla stepped forward, her lips meeting his in a kiss so gentle, so tender, that Liam's breath hitched in his throat. Time seemed to slow as their lips touched, and in that moment, the weight of all their struggles, all their fears, seemed to fade into nothingness. It was as though they were the only two people in the world, and nothing else mattered but the way they fit together, perfectly in sync. Liam's hands found their way to her waist, pulling her closer, his heart thundering in his chest. He could feel the heat of her, the coolness of her skin, the way she seemed to fit perfectly against him, as if they were always meant to be this way. The kiss deepened, a quiet intensity building between them. It was a kiss filled with all the things they couldn't say out loud, the things they were too afraid to express, but had always known. It was a promise that no matter what happened next, they would face it together. When they finally pulled apart, Isla's face was flushed, her breast shaky, her eyes wide with a mix of longing and fear. She placed her forehead against his, her voice barely a whisper. This is what I've been afraid of, that you would fall in love with me, and it would destroy you. But now I can't imagine living without you, Liam. I don't know how to let go of this." "You don't have to," he said softly, his voice steady. "I'm not going anywhere. Isla, whatever happens, I'm with you." Isla closed her eyes, as though trying to memorize the feeling of his words, the warmth of his presence. For the first time, she allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for them. Maybe they could make it work. Maybe they could survive the storm that was coming. But even as they shared this moment of hope, a dark shadow lingered on the horizon. Isla knew the truth better than anyone. In their world, nothing was ever truly safe. But for now, she allowed herself to savor the warmth of Liam's love. For now, she allowed herself to believe in the impossible. Chapter 6. The Blood Moon. The night had arrived, the night that Isla had warned Liam about. The sky, once clear and full of stars, had been swallowed by an eerie red hue. The blood moon, an event so rare, so ancient, that it held deep significance for vampires. Liam had heard of it in passing, but nothing could have prepared him for the gravity of the night. As the moon rose high above them, casting its crimson glow over the park, the world seemed to shift around them. The air was thick with tension, and an unnatural stillness hung in the atmosphere. Isla had been distant, her usual calm demeanor replaced with an edge of something darker, something more. Liam stood on the edge of the clearing where they usually met, waiting for her. He had learned to expect her, to know when she would appear from the shadows, her presence like a force of nature. But tonight, he felt something different. He felt her and the blood moon. He could feel the pull of it in his bones, as though the world itself was holding its breath. The rustling of leaves drew his attention, and there she was, Isla, bathed in the glow of the red moon. Her skin, always pale, seemed even more luminous tonight, as if she were bathed in firelight. Her eyes, always a shade of red or gold, were now glowing with an intensity that made Liam's heart race. "Liam," she said softly, her voice carrying an unfamiliar edge. "The blood moon, it changes things." Liam stepped toward her, his heart pounding in his chest as he took in her appearance. There was something about her tonight, something more powerful, more alluring. Her beauty seemed heightened, as though she were closer to the very essence of what she was. But there was a darkness, too, a shadow in her eyes that made him shiver. "What does it mean for you?" Liam asked, his voice quiet but filled with curiosity. He had never seen Isla like this before, and the shift in her was both intoxicating and unsettling. Isla hesitated for a moment, looking up at the moon. "The blood moon," she began, "is a time when my senses are heightened, when the veil between my humanity and my vampirism thins. It's when I can feel everything more intensely. My emotions, my desires, my bloodlust." Liam's breath caught his throat as her words sank in. He had known that being with her came with risks, but hearing her speak so plainly about the dangers of her own nature sent a chill down his spine. The blood moon was more than just an event for vampires. It was a time when they could be at their most dangerous, their most primal. "Isla, do you mean that you might lose control?" he asked, his voice low, his eyes searching hers for the truth. Isla met his gaze, her lips trembling as she fought to keep her composure. "Yes," she whispered. "The bloodlust is stronger tonight. It's always been a part of me, a part I've learned to control over the centuries. But tonight, with the blood moon, it's as if it's calling to me. I don't know if I can keep it at bay." Liam stepped closer to her, his heart racing with a mixture of fear and longing. The pull he felt toward her was undeniable. Every part of him wanted to reach out to hold her, to kiss her and lose himself in her. But he couldn't ignore the reality of what she was saying. This was dangerous. "Then, why did you come to me tonight?" he asked, his voice filled with both tenderness and caution. "If you're afraid of losing control, why?" Isla cut him off with a soft laugh, though it was tinged with bitterness. "Because I can't stay away from you, Liam," she said, her voice cracking slightly. "I've been alive for centuries, and I've never felt anything like this. I've never been seen like this. You see me for who I am, not for what I am. And that makes everything harder. Because tonight, the bloodlust is stronger than I've ever felt it. And I'm afraid, Liam. I'm afraid that if I give in, I won't be able to stop." Liam's heart clenched in his chest. He had always known that their love came with risks. But hearing Isla's vulnerability, seeing the fear in her eyes, it shattered him. He wanted to protect her, to reassure her that everything would be okay. But he knew that tonight was different. Tonight, they were both standing on the edge of something they couldn't control. Without thinking, Liam stepped forward, cupping her face in his hands and forcing her to look at him. "I don't care about your bloodlust, Isla," he said, his voice low and steady, despite the storm of emotions churning inside him. "I care about you. I care about us. I know what's at stake, and I'm willing to face it. Together." Isla's eyes softened, a tear slipping down her cheek as she gazed at him, her breath shaky. She had lived for so long, always alone, always hiding behind the walls she had built to protect herself from the world and from her own nature. But Liam's words, the truth in his eyes, made her feel something she hadn't felt in centuries: hope. But the danger was still there, lurking beneath the surface. And she knew that if they gave in to the passion between them, if they allowed themselves to truly be together, there was no going back. The consequences could be deadly. "I don't want to hurt you," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know what will happen if I lose control. My thirst, it's insatiable tonight. And if I drink from you, Liam..." Her voice trailed off, as though even speaking the words was too painful. Liam's heart thundered in his chest. He could feel the heat of her, the magnetic pull of her, and everything inside him told him to take the risk, to be with her. But the fear in her eyes, the terror in her voice, held him back. "I trust you, Isla," he said quietly. "I trust you with my life." For a moment, there was silence between them, the air heavy with their shared desire and the weight of the night. The blood moon pulsed in the sky above them, a constant reminder of the danger that surrounded them. But it was also a reminder of the depth of their connection, of the love that had blossomed against all odds. And then, as though drawn by an invisible force, they moved toward each other. Liam reached out, his hands trembling as they cupped her face, and Isla closed the gap, her lips capturing his in a kiss that was both tender and desperate. It was a kiss that carried everything they had ever felt, everything they feared, everything they longed for. It was as if the world had narrowed down to just the two of them, the blood moon overhead, casting an ethereal light on the forbidden love between them. The kiss deepened, their bodies pressing closer together, their hearts racing in sync. For a moment, everything else faded away. The dangers, the fears, the centuries of isolation. It was just them, existing in this fleeting moment of passion. But as their kiss grew more intense, Isla's grip on him tightened, her breathing becoming shallow and erratic. Her fangs, once hidden, began to show, a predatory gleam in her eyes as she pulled away, her face a mask of struggle. "I can't," she gasped, her voice raw with restraint. "Liam, Before she could finish, Liam's hands were at her waist, pulling her closer, holding her against him, as if he could anchor her to this world, to him. "I want you, Isla. I don't care about the consequences," he whispered, his voice thick with desire. "If we have to face the darkness, then we'll face it together." Her eyes fluttered shut, and for a moment, Isla allowed herself to believe that maybe they could survive this. Maybe they could truly be together, despite everything. But deep inside, she knew the truth. The danger was always there. And tonight, under the blood moon, they were closer to crossing a line that could never be uncrossed. But for now, in the quiet stillness of the park, with the red moon casting its glow over them, Isla let herself be consumed by the moment. She kissed him again, her body pressing into his as if they could become one. And for that one moment, she allowed herself to believe that love could conquer even the darkest of forces. Chapter 7. The Price of Immortality. The night after the blood moon, the world felt different, heavier. The danger they had come so close to, both the emotional and the physical, lingered in the air. But there was something else, something Liam couldn't quite place. The kiss, the passion, the connection. They had crossed a boundary, a line that had been drawn for a reason. Now, Isla seemed distant, lost in her own thoughts, as though the weight of the night had pulled her further into herself. The usual warmth in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by something more sorrowful, more resigned. For a moment, Liam wondered if the moment they shared had been too much for her, if she had regretted allowing herself to feel so vulnerable. But he knew better than that now. She wasn't like anyone he had ever known, and her distance was never about regret. It was always about something else, something she had carried with her for centuries. They were sitting together on a bench near the edge of the park, the early hours of the morning stretching out around them. The streetlights flickered as the city slowly began to wake. The world was starting to come alive again, but for Liam and Isla, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. Isla sat beside him, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon, as if she were staring through time itself. Liam watched her closely, sensing that tonight she would finally tell him something she had been keeping hidden. He had been patient with her, but he knew there was more to her than what she had shared. He could feel the weight of centuries in the way she moved, the way she spoke, and the way she looked at him sometimes, as if she were watching the world through a lens of infinite loss. "Isla," he said softly, his voice breaking the silence. "What is it? What's really going on inside your head?" She turned her gaze toward him, and for a moment, the weight in her eyes seemed unbearable. It was as if she were standing on the edge of a precipice, unsure whether she could bear the truth of what she needed to say. She took a deep breath, her lips trembling slightly. "I have to tell you," she began, her voice low and strained, as though she had been preparing herself for this moment for longer than either of them could comprehend. "The truth about me, about my immortality." Liam's heart began to race. He had known there was more to her than she had let on, but he had always respected her boundaries, hoping that one day she would trust him enough to share her full story. Now that day had come. I was turned into a vampire centuries ago, Isla continued, her gaze dropping to ground as she spoke, as if the words themselves weighed heavily on her soul. I was just a girl, barely older than you are now when it happened. I had a life, a family, a future, but that was all taken away from me in the blink of an eye. Liam's heart tightened at the pain in her voice. The thought of her losing everything, of being torn away from a life she had barely begun to live, made his chest ache. He reached out, placing a hand gently on hers, but Isla didn't seem to notice. She was lost in the memory. I didn't ask for this life, she said quietly, her eyes distant as if she were seeing a different time, a different world. I was just an innocent bystander to something darker than I could have ever imagined. A vampire named Adrian. He was my maker. He turned me. And just like that, my human life ended. Liam felt a chill run down his spine. The idea of someone choosing another's fate, of deciding someone's eternity without their consent, felt like an unimaginable cruelty. But the reality of Isla's life, her endless existence, her transformation into something not quite human, began to settle in his mind. Adrian, Liam whispered, tasting the name on his tongue. What happened to him? Isla's lips curled into something like a sad smile. He died long ago. But that's the way of things, isn't it? Everyone I've ever known, everyone I've ever loved, is gone. All I have left is this immortality. And it's a curse, Liam. It's a curse. Liam's grip on her hand tightened, but he didn't interrupt her. He wanted to understand, to truly understand the burden she carried. He had known she was older than she appeared, but he hadn't known just how old. He hadn't understood the depth of the price she had paid for her immortality. He didn't know what it was like to watch the world change around you, to lose everyone you loved, and to be left behind forever unchanged. I watched everyone I loved grow old and die, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. My parents, my siblings, friends, they all disappeared from my life, one by one. And I stayed. I stayed because I couldn't die. Because I couldn't die. That was my punishment, Liam. To watch the world move on while I stayed frozen in time. To see the love I had vanish into nothingness. And it broke me, over and over again. Her eyes met his, raw with emotion. You can't understand. Not really. No one can. The curse of immortality isn't just about living forever. It's about losing everything. It's about outliving everyone you care about, watching them slip through your fingers like sand, and realizing that no matter how much you love them, you can never change the fact that they won't be there when you wake up. Liam swallowed, his throat tight with the pain in her words. He had always known that being with her meant accepting the darkness of her past, but hearing it from her directly, hearing the weight of her loneliness and sorrow, it was like a dagger to his heart. I've tried to move on, she continued, her voice quivering. I've tried to love others, to find some kind of happiness. But every time I do, it ends the same way. They grow old, they die, and I'm left behind. I'm always left behind. And now I'm afraid of what might happen if I let myself love you. I'm afraid of what will cost you. Liam's heart broke for her. The eternal isolation she had suffered, the pain of watching her loved ones die while she stayed the same. It was more than anyone should have to bear. But she had borne it for centuries. I'm not like them, Isla, Liam said softly, his voice full of conviction. I'm not going to grow old and leave you. I won't. I'm here right now, and I don't care about your immortality. I care about you. I care about us. Isla looked at him, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and disbelief. She had never allowed herself to believe that someone could truly love her, not in the way Liam seemed to. Her fear of losing him, of him eventually fading from her life like all the others, gripped her heart like a vice. But his words, the truth in them, were like a balm to her wounded soul. I want to believe that, she whispered, but I don't know if I can let you in. I don't know if I can let myself love you without destroying you in the end. Liam leaned in closer, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Isla, I don't need forever. I don't need an eternity. I just need now. And right now, I need you. You don't have to carry this burden alone anymore. I'm here, and I'll stay here as long as you'll have me. Isla's heart skipped a beat. For the first time in centuries, she felt a spark of something she thought had been lost to her forever. Hope. Maybe, just maybe, they could survive this. Maybe their love could be the one thing that defied the curse she had carried for so long. But deep inside, she knew it would never be that easy. The price of immortality had been too high, and it would always come for her. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 8. The Vampire King's Warning. The evening was still and unervingly quiet, a sharp contrast to the whirlwind of emotions that had been churning inside Isla and Liam for the past few days. After their conversation, there had been an uneasy peace between them, the weight of their future pressing down on them both. Isla's heart was torn between the pull of the love she felt for Liam and the inescapable reality of her immortal life. She had begun to feel a glimmer of hope, but it had been clouded by the ever-present knowledge that their love could not remain untouched by the vampire world forever. Liam, though understanding of her struggle, couldn't shake the sense of dread that had settled in his chest. The longer they continued their relationship, the more he feared for Isla's safety. He knew there were things in her world, powers and politics, that he would never be able to understand, but he also knew that if he didn't tread carefully, everything they had built could be destroyed in an instant. As they walked through the moonlit streets of the city, Isla's movements were more tense than usual, her gaze flickering nervously from side to side. She had been unusually quiet for the past few hours, and Liam had noticed the way her shoulders were stiff, as if she were bracing herself for something. He reached for her hand, offering a reassuring squeeze. "Isla, what's wrong? You've been distant tonight." Her eyes flickered to his, and for a moment, he saw something he had never seen before: fear. Real, raw fear. Isla's lips parted, but no words came out, and before she could respond, the temperature around them dropped sharply. A cold wind swept through the street, rustling the trees and sending a chill through Liam's bones. He could feel it, that ancient presence in the air, before he even saw him. From the shadows emerged a figure, a tall, imposing man dressed in black. His presence was as suffocating as it was regal, and the air around him seemed to shift, thick with power. His face was pale, like Isla's, but unlike her, there was an unearthly coldness to his features. His eyes were the color of blood, bright and unyielding. Liam felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and before he could react, Isla took a step back, her body going rigid. "Vladimir," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Liam's heart pounded in his chest, and for the first time, he realized just how small and fragile he was in this world Isla inhabited. The man standing before them, Vladimir, was not just any vampire. He was a vampire king, the ruler of all the ancient clans, the one whose very name carried weight, and whose word was law. Vladimir's eyes locked onto Liam, assessing him with a piercing gaze. "So this is a human," he said, his voice smooth but laced with an undeniable authority. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. His eyes turned to Isla, a flicker of something ancient and disapproving in them. "Isla, you've made a grave mistake." Liam looked from the king to Isla, confusion clouding his mind. The weight of Vladimir's presence was almost suffocating, as though everything around them had come to a standstill. He could feel the tension in Isla's shoulders, the way her body seemed to shrink under the king's gaze. "Vladimir, please," Isla said softly, stepping forward, her voice trembling with a mix of respect and something else, fear. "This is not what you think." The king's cold eyes softened for a fraction of a second, though the sharpness of his gaze never wavered. "Isla," he said, his voice now tinged with an edge of disappointment, "do you truly think that a human, a fragile, fleeting human, can be anything more than a fleeting distraction for you? Your kind cannot afford such luxuries." He paused, his gaze moving to Liam. "You forget he is human, and humans die, Isla." "You do not." Liam's breath caught in his throat, the weight of Vladimir's words sinking deep into him. He was nothing but an insect in the eyes of this vampire king, something to be crushed, discarded. His eyes darted to Isla, searching for some sign that she could explain, that she could save him from the crushing reality Vladimir was presenting. "I love him." Isla's voice was softer now, but the words were filled with a kind of finality that only someone who had lived centuries could have. "I know what I am, and I know what he is. But this, Vladimir, this is real. You have to understand, I can't just turn it off. I can't just forget about him. The king's lips curled into a smirk, but it was anything but kind. You think love can defy the laws of nature? The laws that have kept our world in balance for millennia? This human will only bring trouble to both of you. The council will not stand for it. They will not tolerate this defiance. The words hit Isla like a physical blow, and Liam could feel her hesitation. He knew what the council was, the secretive, ruthless group of powerful vampires who ruled over the vampire world. They were not to be defied. He could see the inner struggle on Isla's face as she tried to reconcile her love for him with the reality of her place in the vampire world. Vladimir turned his gaze back to Isla. You know the consequences. Isla, if you do not end this relationship, the blood of your human will stain your hands. The council will make sure of it. The silence that followed his words felt like an eternity. Liam's heart pounded in his chest, and a cold, bitter feeling settled over him. He understood then the stakes had always been high, but now they were higher than ever. This wasn't just about love anymore. This was about survival. I will not allow him to suffer because of me, Isla said, her voice barely above a whisper. She looked at Liam, and there was a deep sorrow in her eyes, something that shook him to his core. I won't. I can't. Vladimir's smile widened. Good, he said, his tone almost mocking. You are wise, Isla. Don't let your weakness destroy you. Liam felt a chill run through him as the vampire king turned and began to walk away, his steps silent and deliberate. But before he disappeared into the darkness, he spoke one last time, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Remember this, Isla. The consequences are never just yours to bear. And with that, he was gone, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Liam stood frozen, his mind reeling from the weight of Vladimir's words. He had always known that being with Isla was dangerous, but now it was clearer than ever. There were forces far more powerful than either of them, forces that would stop at nothing to keep them apart. The stakes had been raised to a level he couldn't have anticipated. The vampire world was not just an abstract threat anymore. It was real, and it would not let them be together. Isla finally spoke, her voice trembling with the weight of the words she had to say. I'm sorry, Liam, she whispered, her hand trembling as she reached out to him. I never wanted this for you. But you don't understand. The council won't just let us be. They'll come after you. They'll come after everyone I care about. Liam felt the crushing weight of her words, the cold reality settling in, the love he had for Isla, the life they had started to build together. All of it was in jeopardy. And the worst part was, he couldn't stop it. Not alone. Then we'll fight, he said, his voice filled with determination he didn't even know he had. I won't lose you, Isla. I won't let them take you away from me. Isla looked at him, a sad, knowing smile tugging at her lips. You don't understand, Liam. You can't fight a world like this. But you don't have to. You have a life, your life, a life I can't give you. You need to leave, for your own good. Liam shook his head, his resolve hardening. I'm not leaving you. I'll fight for us. For this. I don't care what they say. Isla closed her eyes, the weight of her eternal existence and the impossibility of their love pressing down on her. But for the first time in centuries, she felt something more than just a cold, hollow ache of loneliness. She felt the pull of something worth fighting for. Chapter 9, Betrayal. The quiet that had descended over Isla and Liam's lives in the days following Vladimir's warning was a fragile one, like the calm before a storm. Liam's mind buzzed with thoughts of Isla, their love, and the looming threat of the vampire world that seemed determined to tear them apart. Every time they were together, there was a sense of urgency, as if they both knew that each moment they spent in peace might be the last. Liam had always trusted his close friend Owen. They had been friends for years, shared everything from university notes to late-night beers, and Owen had always been someone Liam thought he could count on. They were brothers in every sense of the word, until now. It had been a regular afternoon when everything changed. Liam and Isla had spent the morning together, walking through the park in silence, trying to take comfort in the normalcy of it all. But the sense of dread never truly left them. Liam knew that Isla was struggling with the weight of their love, and he could feel her trying to keep him at arm's length, as though she were preparing herself for the inevitable. That evening, Owen had invited Liam to hang out, as he often did after a long week of classes. Liam, eager to find some distraction from the growing tension with Isla, agreed. They met at their usual cafe, but something about Owen seemed off. His eyes were too sharp, his smile too forced, and there was a coldness to his demeanor that Liam couldn't ignore. They sat at their usual booth, and for the first few minutes, the conversation was normal, safe, even, but then Owen leaned in, his voice low, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "I know what you've been up to, Liam," Owen said, his eyes glinting with something dangerous. Liam raised an eyebrow, unsure of where this was going. "What are you talking about?" Owen's expression shifted, and for the first time, Liam saw something predatory in his eyes. "I know about Isla. I know what she is." The blood drained from Liam's face as Owen leaned back, clearly enjoying the discomfort he was causing. "I'm not stupid. I've seen her. I've been watching you both. I saw what she really is that night at the park. Liam, she's a vampire." Liam's breath caught in his throat, his body tense. His mind raced. How did Owen know? Had he seen something? Did Isla's secret slip? "Owen," Liam whispered, his voice cracking slightly. You don't understand what you're talking about. This isn't something you can—" "Shut up," Owen interrupted, his voice cold. "I do understand. And that's why I'm telling you this. I'm going to need something in return. Something valuable." Liam's heart sank. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Owen smiled, but there was no warmth in it, only calculation. "I want money. A lot of it. Enough to make sure I'm comfortable for the rest of my life. And I want a promise. A promise that you'll keep this quiet, about me knowing what she is. You'll protect me, Liam, because if I go down, so do you, and so does she." The words hit Liam like a punch to the gut. His world spun as he processed what Owen was saying. Owen wasn't just threatening to expose Isla. He was holding her life hostage. If the vampire world discovered that Isla's secret had been compromised, there would be no coming back from it. The hunters would come after her. The council would demand her death. The very world Liam had entered by loving Isla would tear apart at the seams. Liam felt his chest tighten as anger surged through him. "You're not going to get away with this," he growled, his fists clenched beneath the table. "If you're thinking of blackmailing Isla, if you think you can use her to get whatever you want, you've got another thing coming. You don't understand what you're messing with. Owen." Owen laughed, a cruel sound that made Liam's skin crawl. "You really think I care about your little vampire girlfriend, Liam? I don't. What I care about is power, money, leverage, and you're my way in." The words cut deep, far deeper than Liam had expected. To think that someone he considered a friend, someone he had shared his life with for years, could so casually threaten the life of the woman he loved was a shock to the system. But it wasn't just about Isla anymore. Owen was threatening him too. He was threatening everything. Liam stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "You've gone too far. Owen, I won't let you destroy her for your own greed." Owen stood up as well, and for a moment, the two men locked eyes, Liam, filled with rage, and Owen, smirking, his eyes cold and calculating. "Then you'll have to make a choice, won't you?" Owen said softly, "Your friend or your vampire." Before Liam could respond, a sharp, chilling presence filled the room, and the air seemed to shift. The temperature dropped as if the room itself had suddenly turned to ice. Isla appeared, stepping through the door of the cafe with a quiet grace, her red eyes flashing with fury. She was there, right there, her eyes locking onto Owen with a predatory gaze. "Owen," she said softly, her voice laced with something dangerous, "you've made a very grave mistake." Liam's heart sank. He had never seen Isla like this before. She was calm, too calm, but there was a lethal edge to her every movement. "You were warned," she continued, her voice barely a whisper now, but it was more menacing than any shout could be. "You don't threaten the ones I love." Owen's eyes widened in realization, and for the first time, fear flashed across his face. "Isla, no, wait. I wasn't." Before Owen could say another word, Isla moved with blinding speed, faster than Liam could even comprehend. She grabbed Owen by the throat, lifted him off the ground effortlessly, her fingers tightening like iron around his neck. Liam watched frozen, as Isla's face contorted with anger. This wasn't the Isla he knew, the kind, gentle woman who had held him in her arms, who had shared herself with him in a way no one else ever could. This was something else, something ancient. Owen, Isla hissed, her eyes glowing dangerously red. You wanted money, you wanted power, but now you've taken too much, and I won't let you hurt him. In the blink of an eye, Isla snapped Owen's neck with a sickening crack, his body going limp in her hands. She dropped on the ground like a rag doll, her expression unreadable. The silence that followed was deafening. Liam stood there, paralyzed. The scene in front of him felt like a nightmare, something he couldn't wake up from. He had just watched his best friend, someone he had known for years, be killed in front of him, and Isla had done it. Isla, the woman he loved. For a long moment, no one moved. The silence stretched on, suffocating and unbearable. Liam's chest tightened, and his head spun with a mix of guilt, fear, and confusion. Finally, Isla turned to him, her eyes softened now, but still heavy with something darker. I'm sorry, she whispered. I didn't want this. I didn't want any of this. Liam's voice cracked as he spoke. Isla, why? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you warn me? I didn't want to burden you, she replied, her voice breaking. I did want you to see the consequences of being with me. I didn't want you to know how dangerous this life could be. Tears welled up in Liam's eyes, and for the first time since they had met, he felt utterly helpless. You killed him, Isla. You killed someone I loved. And now, I'm the one who's responsible. I led him into this. Isla's face crumpled with guilt. Liam, please, don't blame yourself. You didn't choose this. It was his choice, not yours. But Liam wasn't sure he could believe that. The weight of Owen's death, of the betrayal that had shattered his world, pressed down on him like a mountain. He didn't know if he could ever look at Isla the same way again. And he didn't know if he could forgive himself for what had just happened, for what he had let happen. Chapter 10, A Dark Choice. The days that followed Owen's death felt like a blurred haze of guilt, fear, and uncertainty. Liam couldn't escape the image of Owen's lifeless body on the cafe floor, the echoing silence of his last breath still ringing in his ears. That moment, the cold reality of it, had shattered the fragile peace he'd tried to build with Isla. In the quiet hours of night, when the world was still and the weight of the situation settled in, Liam often found himself staring at the ceiling, questioning everything. He hadn't expected this, hadn't expected to be thrown into a world so violent, so ruthless. He thought their love would be a refuge, a sanctuary where they could both escape the chaos of their respective lives. But now, everything had changed. It wasn't just a vampire world that posed a threat anymore. It was the consequences of loving Isla. Liam couldn't bear the thought of losing her. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that Isla's world was built on destruction. The death of Owen, the constant danger of vampire hunters, and now Vladimir's warning weighed heavily on his heart. Isla had always carried the burden of her immortality, her darkness, but Liam had never truly understood the full extent of it until now. And yet, despite everything, his heart still ached for her. He couldn't walk away. Not now. Not when he had felt what it meant to love her. But he knew, deep down, that every moment they spent together drew them both closer to the edge of a cliff, one that neither of them could see the bottom of. Isla's torment. Isla, too, was in turmoil. The night after Owen's death, she had retreated to the one place she knew would offer her a sense of isolation. The abandoned mansion on the outskirts of town, where she had once hidden from the world. The large, decaying building had always been a place of refuge for her, a place where the weight of her immortality could momentarily feel lighter. But tonight, as she stood before the towering, crumbling structure, it felt like a prison. The silence of the house was deafening as Isla wandered through its halls, her footsteps echoing off the cracked marble floors. Each room was dark, as though the very walls held memories of all the lives she had lost over the centuries. This was the place where she had once been free to exist without the complications of love, of emotion, of attachment. But now, it was suffocating. Isla stopped in front of an old mirror, her reflection staring back at her with a haunting emptiness. She didn't recognize the woman in the glass anymore. The same woman who had smiled in the company of friends, who had laughed with her family in another time, was long gone. The vampire she had become was someone who could not be touched, someone who had no place for love, for softness, for weakness. But then Liam had changed that. He had become her weakness. A part of her wanted to be selfish, to hold on to him with everything she had, to continue this impossible, dangerous love. But another part of her, the part that had lived through centuries of loss, knew that loving him would only bring him pain. There was no way around it, no way to protect him from the destruction that would follow. Her mind wandered back to the night she had killed Owen. The sound of his neck snapping, his body collapsing lifeless to the floor, was still fresh in her mind. She had done it to protect Liam, to protect their love, but it had come at a cost. Owen had been her last connection to a world she had once known. Killing him had severed any remaining tie she had to that world, and now there was no going back. She had done it, and now she was forever trapped in a web of blood and lies, unable to free herself without destroying everything she loved. She couldn't risk losing Liam. But the question was, could she live with the consequences of loving him? Was their love worth the inevitable destruction that it would bring? Liam's resolve. Meanwhile, Liam had been trying to put the pieces together. The grief of losing Owen still clawed at him, but there was something else simmering beneath it all, a fierce determination. He couldn't let this end. He couldn't let Isla go. His mind replayed every moment he had spent with her, the way her eyes had softened when she looked at him, the quiet, tender touches they shared, the whispered promises in the dark. He had never known love like this, and despite the dangers, despite the bloodshed, he couldn't turn away from it. Isla was worth the risk. She was worth everything. But he also understood that the life he had known was slipping away, disappearing like smoke. His future was no longer just his own. It was intertwined with Isla's darkness, her immortal curse. Every day they spent together, Liam felt the weight of that reality pressing down on him. The threat of Vladimir, the threat of hunters, the ever-present danger of being torn apart by the very world that Isla had been born into. Yet, in the midst of it all, one thing was clear. He couldn't live without her, and he wasn't going to let her push him away. Not again. The confrontation. The next evening, Liam waited for Isla at their usual spot, a secluded area in the park away from prying eyes. His heart beat in his chest, anticipation mixing with the weight of uncertainty. He knew Isla had been struggling with something. He could feel it. The distance between them had grown, and he wasn't sure how much longer they could keep pretending that everything was okay. When Isla finally appeared, her silhouette cutting through the soft glow of the street lamps, Liam's heart skipped a beat. She looked ethereal, her pale skin glowing in the dim light. But there was something else in her eyes, something haunted. Isla stopped in front of him, her gaze locking with his. "Liam," she began softly, her voice fragile, as though the words she needed to say were too heavy to speak. "I know what you're going to say." Liam cut her off, stepping closer, reaching for her hand. "You think this is too dangerous. You think I'm going to get hurt. But I'm not going anywhere, Isla. I'm not leaving you." Isla's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and for a moment, she looked like she was about to break. She pulled her hand away from his, stepping back slightly. "You don't understand, Liam," she said, her voice breaking. "This isn't just about us anymore. This is about everything. The vampire world, the hunters, Vladimir, the council. You're in danger because of me." "I know," Liam said, his voice firm, his gaze unwavering. "I know the risks, but I can't walk away from you. I can't live without you. Isla, I don't care what it costs. I don't care if they come after me. I'll fight for you. I'll fight for us." Isla shook her head, her lips trembling. "You don't know what you're asking, Liam. I'm cursed. I'm an immortal creature bound by blood and darkness. And you're just a human. I can't protect you from what's coming. I can't protect you from the destruction I bring." Liam's heart shattered at her words. But even through the pain, he held her gaze, refusing to look away. "Then let me share it with you," he said softly. "Let me share your burden. Let me fight beside you." Isla's breath hitched, and for a moment, she stood there, lost in the depth of his eyes. Then, with fragile resolve, she whispered, "Liam, if you stay with me, there will be no going back. You'll never be the same. You'll never be safe. Are you willing to lose everything? To lose yourself for me?" Liam didn't hesitate. "Yes, I'm willing to lose everything. For you." Tears finally spilled down Isla's cheeks as she closed the gap between them. She cupped his face gently, her fingers trembling against his skin. "Then we are truly damned," she whispered, her voice full of sorrow and love. And in that moment, Liam knew that there would be no turning back. They had crossed a point of no return. Together, they would face whatever darkness lay ahead, even if it meant their destruction. They had chosen each other. Chapter 11. The War Begins. The night had fallen quietly over the city, but beneath the calm exterior, a storm was brewing. The world that Liam had entered through his love for Isla, the world of vampires and immortal creatures, was about to clash violently with the world of hunters. And in the center of it all stood Liam, torn between his humanity and his love for the woman who had already given him everything, even at the cost of her own soul. The calm before the storm. For a few days after their conversation in the park, Isla and Liam had attempted to carve out a semblance of normality in their lives. Though it was an illusion, the nights were spent together, trying to find solace in each other's presence, but both of them knew deep down that the calm was temporary. Isla, ever aware of the looming danger, had been distant at times, her mind lost in complexities of her immortal existence. She knew that Ethan, the vampire hunter Liam had once seen in that fateful encounter, was not someone who would easily let Isla, or the events that had transpired, go unpunished. He had become obsessed with revenge, a bitter thirst for retribution seething in his veins ever since the death of his mentor, Owen. And then one evening, everything changed. The attack begins. It was a cool autumn night when the first signs of the coming attack appeared. Isla, sensing a disturbance in the air, pulled Liam closer to her as they stood in the shadowed corner of the park, her eyes flickering with an eerie glow. "Liam," she whispered urgently, her voice sharp with a warning. "Something's coming. Ethan and the hunters. This isn't over. They're planning an attack." Liam's heart clenched. He knew Isla was right, but hearing her confirm it made the reality sink in deeper. He had been hoping for a reprieve, a moment of peace. But it seemed that the darkness of Isla's world would never release its grip on them. Before Liam could respond, the sound of engines rumbled in the distance. The unmistakable screech of tires echoed through the empty streets. Isla's expression hardened, her body stiffening as her supernatural senses heightened. "They're here," she breathed. In a flash, they were both moving. Isla's speed was unmatched, and Liam could barely keep up as she led him toward the hidden enclave where her coven had sought shelter. But it was too late. The first wave of hunters had already arrived. The night exploded into chaos as Isla and Liam reached the heart of the coven's hideout. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. A handful of hunters, led by Ethan himself, were already cutting down members of Isla's coven, their silver blades flashing in the moonlight. Ethan stood at the front, his eyes cold and furious, his lips twisted into a cruel smile. He locked eyes with Isla the moment she appeared, and the fury in his gaze was palpable. He had been hunting her for months, but now, seeing her face to face, all he felt was a thirst for vengeance. "You killed him," Ethan spat, his voice raw with anger. "And for that, you will pay. All of you will." Liam's dilemma. Liam had never seen violence like this before. His body tensed as he watched members of Isla's coven fight back, their supernatural abilities far surpassing anything he could have imagined. He was still human, a vulnerable, fragile human in the midst of a war between immortals and hunters. Blood spilled onto the ground, mingling with the screams of both the vampires and the hunters as the battle unfolded before him. He knew, in that moment, that there was no running. He couldn't just stand back and watch Isla, his Isla, fight alone. His heart screamed for him to protect her, to fight beside her. But could he do it? Could he, a human with no powers, no supernatural abilities, truly make a difference in this brutal world? Isla had tried to shield him from this. She had warned him that the moment he became a part of her world, there would be no going back. But this was no longer just about the two of them. This was war. War that had begun the moment Owen had died, the moment Liam had made the choice to love her. Liam's hand shook as he watched Isla fight with breathtaking speed and power, her eyes flashing with bloodlust. She was so beautiful, so powerful, but it was a power that would never allow her to have peace. And now, it was a power that had put them both in the crosshairs of Ethan and the hunters. "Ethan!" Liam shouted, his voice barely cutting through the chaos, but his call caught the attention of the hunter. Ethan turned, his face contorted in rage as he locked eyes with Liam. "So, the human finally decides to show himself," Ethan sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "You think you're a part of this world now? You think you can stand with her?" Liam swallowed hard, but he didn't back down. "I'm not leaving her," he said, his voice firm despite the fear clawing at his throat. "And I won't let you hurt her anymore." Ethan took a step forward, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed Liam. "You've already condemned yourself, boy. You think you can save her? You think you can stop me? You're nothing more than a pawn in this game, a fragile little human caught between a vampire's thirst and my revenge." Liam's heart hammered in his chest. The weight of Ethan's words pressed down on him, and yet he refused to let fear overtake him. He knew the danger, but he also knew that standing back was an option. With a sudden surge of determination, Liam reached into his jacket, pulling out a dagger, a silver blade that Isla had insisted he carry for protection. It was a small, almost symbolic gesture, but in this moment, it was all he had. Ethan's lips curled into a vicious smile as he saw Liam's weapon, but the hunter didn't move to attack just yet. Instead, he laughed, low and mocking. "You think that little thing is going to stop me? You think you can protect her with a knife?" But Liam's grip tightened on the blade, and his eyes locked on Ethan with a fire that surprised even him. "I may be human," he said, his voice resolute, "but I love her, and I'll fight for her no matter the cost." The bloodshed intensifies. As Ethan stepped toward Liam, ready to strike him down with his superior strength, Isla intervened. In an instant, she was between them, her body moving faster than Ethan could react. She gripped his arm and twisted, forcing him to drop his weapon with a sharp cry of pain. "You'll never get to him," Isla growled, her voice dripping with venom. She moved with terrifying precision, pinning Ethan to ground with ease, her fangs bared as she leaned in close. "You think you're the only one who can take lives? Think again." But even as Isla faced Ethan, the battle raged on around them. The Coven's members were locked in a fierce struggle with the hunters, the air thick with the smell of blood and the sounds of clashing metal. Liam's heart pounded in his chest as he looked around, realizing that this wasn't just an isolated attack. The hunters were everywhere, and they were relentless. As the battle escalated, Liam's mind raced. He was caught in the middle of a war he had never asked for. The bloodshed, the violence, it was all too much for him to process. But Isla needed him. He couldn't leave her, couldn't stand by and watch as her world and his fell apart. In that moment, Liam made a choice. He wasn't just a human caught in a fight. He was a man in love, willing to do whatever it took to protect the woman he loved, even if it meant his own life was on the line. The consequences of war. As the fight raged on, Liam found himself in the thick of the battle, a sword thrust into his hand by a member of Isla's coven. His heart pounded as he fought, unsure of how he had gotten here or how he was still standing. He wasn't sure the adrenaline was keeping him alive or sheer will, but one thing was certain. There was no going back now. But the cost of this war was steep. The vampires of Isla's coven were beginning to fall. The hunters, relentless and methodical, were cutting them down, one by one. Each death was a reminder of how fragile this world truly was. Liam's eyes found Isla across the battlefield, her face twisted in rage as she fought off a group of hunters. He could see the struggle in her. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about saving everything she had left. And yet, as the blood spilled onto the earth, Liam couldn't shake the fear that haunted him. They were losing. They were all losing. And the war had only just begun. Chapter 12. The Hidden Sanctuary. The sound of battle echoed in Liam's ears as he and Isla finally made their escape from the vampire hunter's assault. The night had been nothing short of catastrophic. Bloodshed, destruction, and death had cast a dark shadow over the city. The war between vampires and hunters had escalated far beyond anything Liam had anticipated, and he found himself thrust into its chaotic heart. But Isla had promised him that she would keep him safe, and now, as they fled the carnage, Liam clung to that promise like a lifeline. He didn't know where they were going, only that Isla had something in mind, a place far away from the hunters, far from the danger that loomed over them both. Isla's movements were swift and fluid as she led him through the winding streets, her grip on his hand firm but gentle, despite the world around them seeming to collapse. There was a quiet peace in the way she guided him. Liam, though exhausted and disoriented, trusted her with every fiber of his being. After what felt like hours, they reached a secluded forest, the moon casting a silver glow over the dense trees. A narrow path led through the woods, and Isla's expression shifted to something more solemn as she turned to Liam. "We're almost there," she said softly, her voice carrying a tone of finality. "This place is a sanctuary. It's a haven for those like me, vampires who want nothing to do with the war, the violence, or the politics of our kind." Liam's curiosity piqued, but he knew better than to ask too many questions just yet. They had both been through enough, and Isla's silence told him that the sanctuary was no ordinary place. It was something much more significant. Arrival at the sanctuary. The path wound deeper into forest, the trees growing thicker as they ventured further. Finally, they came to a clearing, and Liam's breath caught in his throat as he gazed upon what seemed like an ethereal sight. Hidden within the dense foliage was a large, ancient stone archway, intricately carved with symbols that Liam could not understand. It stood as though it had always been a part of the forest, blending seamlessly with the natural world around it. "This is the entrance," Isla murmured, her voice barely audible as she walked forward. She placed her hand on the stone archway and began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Liam watched in awe as the stone shimmered and slowly parted, revealing a hidden sanctuary that seemed almost like a dream. Beyond the arch, a sprawling estate emerged, surrounded by lush gardens, ancient oak trees, and tranquil water features. It was as though they had crossed into another world, a world untouched by the violence of the outside one. The air here felt different, clearer, purer. Liam felt a deep sense of peace settle over him as he stepped through the threshold, following Isla into the sanctuary's heart. Once inside, Liam was struck by the serenity of the place. The sanctuary was vast, a beautiful combination of nature and ancient architecture. Large stone walls were intertwined with vines, and the ground beneath his feet was covered in soft moss and grass. The sound of flowing water echoed in the distance, and the smell of ancient wood and flowers lingered in the air. Everything here seemed timeless, as if it had been built centuries ago and had remained untouched by the chaos of the world outside. "This place," Liam whispered, unable to find the words to describe the tranquility he felt. It was as though he had stepped into another realm, one where the rules of the world didn't apply. It was a refuge, a place where vampires could escape from the dangers of the outside world. Isla led him to a stone staircase that led downward into what appeared to be the heart of the sanctuary, a grand hall carved directly into the stone beneath them. The walls of the hall were lined with ancient tapestries depicting scenes of vampire history, rituals, and the battles fought throughout time. At the center of the hall stood a large, circular pool, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the dim light from glowing orbs above. The atmosphere was both calming and reverent. "This is a gathering hall," Isla explained as she led him toward a group of vampires, sitting in quiet conversation. "It's where the coven holds meetings, ceremonies, and discussions. Here, the ancient rules of our kind still govern." Liam couldn't help but feel small in the face of such a powerful history. He had always known that vampires were ancient, but seeing this space, this sanctuary, made the way of their immortality even more apparent. The air here was thick with the legacy of centuries. As they walked deeper into the hall, Isla greeted the vampires sitting around the pool. Some of them were older, with sharp, calculating eyes, while others looked younger, with an air of youthful energy that contrasted sharply with the stillness of their surroundings. All of them were vampires, but there was something different about them, something that set them apart from the warriors Liam had seen in the fight against the hunters. Learning the ways of the vampires. After the brief introductions, Isla led Liam to a quiet corner of the hall. There, she began to explain the way of life in the sanctuary and the coven's history. "Our kind is old, Liam," she said, her voice low and steady. "Centuries old. We were not always the predators you see now. In the beginning, we were much more connected to the world we inhabited. But over time, we grew distant from humanity. We began to live in the shadows as hunters and warriors, each coven fighting for power, territory, and control. But not here. This sanctuary was built to escape that world. We live by the ancient rules, far from the politics and the bloodshed." Liam nodded, taking in every word. He was starting to understand how much deeper the vampire world went, how old, how complex, how ancient the vampires really were. "The rules are simple but strict," Isla continued. "We live by the code. We do not harm those outside our world, unless they threaten us. We do not involve ourselves in the wars between covens, and we do not use our powers recklessly. Here, we're allowed to live in peace, away from the human world, away from the hunters." Liam processed her words, but a deep, uneasy feeling lingered in the pit of his stomach. Despite the beauty of the sanctuary and the peace it offered, he couldn't forget the reality of the world outside, the world where vampire hunters still hunted, where Liam's existence was still a threat to those who wanted Isla's death. Isla seemed to sense his unease and placed a hand gently on his arm. "I know it's hard for you to understand," she said softly, her eyes filled with empathy. "But here you are safe. For now, meeting the other vampires." As Isla led him through the sanctuary, Liam was introduced to more vampires. Some were welcoming, their eyes warm with curiosity, while others were distant, eyeing him warily. One of the elder vampires, a tall woman with silver hair and piercing green eyes, stepped forward as Isla approached. "Isla," she said, her voice laced with calm authority. "You've brought him here. I'm surprised. I thought you'd keep him away from us. You know the risks." Liam could feel the tension in the air as the woman's gaze shifted toward him, and he instinctively stepped closer to Isla, feeling the weight of her words. "This is Liam," Isla said, her voice unwavering. "He's not like the others. He's with me." The elder vampire, her name was Helene, studied Liam for a long moment before nodding. "Very well," she said, her tone softer now. "But know this, boy, this sanctuary is not for humans. You may be safe here for now, but you are an outsider, and if you prove to be a threat to our way of life, we will not hesitate to remove you." The warning was clear. Though the sanctuary offered peace, it was not a place of blind acceptance. The vampires here had lived for centuries, and they had learned not to trust easily. Liam's growing understanding. As the days passed, Liam spent more time in the sanctuary, learning about vampire culture, their rituals, and the complex hierarchy that governed their lives. He began to understand the reverence with which vampires treated their history and the code they lived by. There were ancient texts and scrolls, passed down through generations, that held the wisdom of their kind. Some of the vampires would share stories of their past lives, of empires they had witnessed rise and fall. Through it all, Isla remained by his side, her presence a comfort amid the growing tension. She guided him, showing him the ways of the sanctuary, teaching him how to coexist with the vampires who lived there. But even as he began to learn, a part of Liam couldn't shake the feeling that he was still an outsider, a human in a world that would never fully accept him. But one thing was clear. The sanctuary had given him a glimpse into Isla's world, into the deep and complex culture she had once been a part of. And in this hidden refuge, far from the dangers of the war, Liam began to understand just how much was at stake, and how much he was willing to risk for the woman he loved. Chapter 13. The First Kill. The Sanctuary, with its serene beauty and the quiet hum of its ancient rituals, had allowed Liam to relax into a false sense of security. Here, surrounded by the immortal creatures who were his lover's kin, he had begun to think that maybe, just maybe, there could be a way for him to exist in this world, their world. He had spent days walking the tranquil grounds, learning the intricacies of vampire culture, feeling Isla's warm presence beside him, and trying to reconcile his love for her with the dark reality of what she truly was. But deep down, he knew there was something he had yet to witness. The very core of her existence, the one thing he had tried to avoid. And yet, he couldn't deny it any longer. He had to see it. Isla had tried to shield him from the darker aspects of her nature, but it was only a matter of time before he would come face to face with her hunger, the insatiable thirst that drove her kind, the moment of truth. It started on a crisp evening, just after the sun had set, when the air in the sanctuary seemed to grow heavier with the approaching tension. Isla had been unusually quiet throughout the day. There was a restlessness in her movements, a flicker of hunger in her eyes that Liam had tried to ignore. She had promised him that she would never feed on a human while he was around, that she would control her urges. But as they walked together along the edge of the darkened woods, Isla's pace slowed. Liam, her voice was hushed, almost regretful. There's something I need to do tonight, something I've avoided for far too long. Liam frowned, his heart tightening at the sound of her voice. Isla, what's wrong? What is it? Isla stopped, turning to face him, her expression unreadable. You've seen so much of my world already, but there's one thing you haven't seen. She hesitated, the words clearly difficult for her to speak. I need to feed. The world seemed to still as Liam processed her words. He had known this moment would come. The thirst, the hunger, it was part of her, a part of who she was, no matter how hard she tried to suppress it. But knowing it and witnessing it were two different things entirely. Isla, I don't know if I can... His voice faltered, a knot forming in his stomach. I don't know if I can watch you kill someone. Isla's gaze softened, and for a moment, she looked almost human again. I won't kill him, she said quietly. But I must drink. It's the only way I can stay strong. Without it, I'll lose myself. Liam's heart ached for her, torn between the love he felt for her and the revulsion at the thought of what she was about to do. He wanted to protect her from this, to keep her from becoming the monster that she feared she was. But he also understood, how could he not? She was bound by the very nature of her existence. He couldn't expect her to deny herself forever. With a resigned sigh, Liam nodded. I'll be there, but I'm not sure I can watch. Isla's eyes softened with gratitude. She gently cupped his cheek, as though trying to reassure him. You don't have to watch. Just stay with me. They walked deeper into the woods, where Isla led him to a secluded area at the edge of the sanctuary's grounds, a hidden space far from prying eyes. It was here that the feeding would take place, where humans who were willing or chosen for the ritual would offer their blood in exchange for a promise of safety, for sanctuary. A lone figure awaited them at the clearing center, a young man, dressed in plain clothes, his face anxious but resigned. He was no stranger to what was happening. In fact, he had volunteered, though the fear in his eyes betrayed the bravery he was trying to muster. Liam could feel the tension in the air as the young man took a step forward, his hands trembling slightly. The man's eyes flickered toward Isla, his expression full of uncertainty. He had been told this was a safe place, that Isla would not harm him, but the truth of the matter hung heavily in the space between them. Isla did not move at first. She stood still, her posture rigid, her breathing shallow as she fought the pull of her vampire instincts. It was clear how much control it took for her to stay composed, and Liam could see the inner struggle in her eyes, the conflict between her love for him and the primal urge that gnawed at her every moment. Are you sure? Isla asked softly, her voice almost a whisper, directed at the young man. He nodded, swallowing hard. I understand. I trust you. For a moment, Isla looked at Liam, as if silently asking for his approval. His heart was in his throat as he met her gaze, his emotions a whirlpool of fear, love, and guilt. How could he tell her to stop now, when she needed this? How could he hold on to the hope that their love could survive this moment? He finally nodded, his voice shaky but firm. I trust you. The first kill, the moment Isla's fangs extended, everything seemed to shift. The air around them grew thick with tension, as if nature itself held its breath. The young man trembled, but he did not move. He had chosen this path, perhaps out of necessity, perhaps out of some deeper understanding of what it meant to be a part of this world. But Liam could not take his eyes off Isla. She stepped forward, her movements slow, almost hesitant, as she knelt before the young man. She could hear his pulse, faster now, drumming like a fragile beat against the air. The faintest scent of blood filled the space, and Isla closed her eyes for a moment, trying to center herself. Then, with a graceful, predatory movement, she sank her fangs into the man's neck. The reaction was immediate. His body tensed, but he did not scream. Instead, he shuddered, the initial shock of the bite fading into a kind of eerie calm as Isla fed. Liam stood frozen, his stomach turning. He could not tear his eyes away, but every part of him wanted to. The sound of Isla's feeding, the soft, rhythmic pulse of her thirst being quenched, struck him like a hammer to the chest. It was beautiful and horrifying, the way she seemed so delicate, so alive in the moment, yet so far removed from humanity. It was then that he understood. He understood the deep, consuming need she felt, the hunger that lived in her every fiber. It was more than just a physical craving. It was an essential part of her survival. Isla had to feed, just as humans needed food and water. To deny it would be to deny life itself. But at the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling of disgust. The way her fangs sank into the man's flesh, the ease with which she drank. It was as if he were nothing more than a meal, a necessary sacrifice. It felt wrong. And yet, his heart ached for her. Isla pulled away after a few moments, her eyes dark with the remnants of her bloodlust. She stood slowly, her hand shaking as she wiped a single drop of blood from the corner of her lips. The young man sagged, his breathing shallow but steady, the bite already healing. "I'm sorry," Isla whispered, stepping back. She turned to Liam, her eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. "I never wanted you to see that. I wanted to spare you from this." Liam's heart clenched as he met her gaze. His emotions were a tangled mess. He loved her more than he could express, but there was a part of him that recoiled at the monster he had just witnessed. Could he truly live with this? I don't know if I can," he whispered, his voice raw. "I don't know if I can accept this part of you." Isla lowered her eyes, ashamed. She reached out to him, her hands trembling. "Liam, I never wanted this to tear us apart, but it's who I am. It's what I need to survive." Liam looked down at the ground, his breath heavy in his chest. "I want to be with you," he said, his voice thick. "But can you still love me? Can you still be human for me, even just for a little while?" The question hung in the air between them, unspoken but deeply felt. Isla's gaze softened, her voice barely audible. "I'll try. I'll always try." But as the night wore on, Liam knew that their love was now caught between two worlds, one human, one vampire, and no matter how much they wanted to bridge the divide, some part of Isla's world could never be undone. Chapter 14. The Vampire Ball. The night was thick with the scent of rain as Liam walked alongside Isla, her hand gently resting in the crook of his arm. They were heading toward a destination Liam had never expected to see in his life, the heart of the vampire world. It was a place of opulence, danger, and secrets, a world far removed from the one he had known. And tonight, it would be his first true glimpse into that world. Isla had been strangely quiet the entire day, her eyes reflecting a mixture of excitement and trepidation as she prepared for the grand event. The Vampire Ball was an annual affair, an ancient tradition that had been passed down through centuries. It was a gathering where immortals from all over the world came together to celebrate their existence, to revel in their power, and to indulge in their indulgences. It was a celebration, yes, but it was also a world of politics, rivalry, and age-old secrets. Isla had promised Liam that it would be a night of revelation, a chance for him to understand her world, perhaps even to understand her. But as they walked through the shadowy streets, Liam couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping up his spine. He was about to step into a world he knew little about, and it frightened him. "You're sure about this?" Liam asked, his voice thick with uncertainty. He glanced at her, noticing the way she held herself, poised and confident, as if she had been preparing for this night for far longer than she'd let on. Isla gave him a small smile, her lips curling with a touch of both affection and mystery. "I would never take you there if I didn't think you were ready, Liam. But tonight will change everything. Tonight, you'll see the full extent of what I am, what we are." He nodded slowly, his stomach tightening. What does she mean by that? The words echoed in his mind, and for the first time in a relationship, Liam was unsure whether he truly understood Isla at all. The layers of her world were beginning to feel like a labyrinth he wasn't sure he could navigate. The venue. They arrived at the venue just after dusk. Hidden deep within a secluded forest, surrounded by towering trees, the estate appeared to have been crafted by time itself. Ancient stone walls, ivy-clad towers, and elaborate gates. But it was more than just a mansion. It was a fortress of power, a place where the most influential vampires gathered to flaunt their wealth, their status, and their dangerous beauty. As they approached, Liam noticed the flickering lights coming from behind the massive gates. Music drifted through the air, faint and haunting, mingling with the soft rustling of leaves. The sound of laughter, silken and seductive, came from within. There was no denying it. They were about to enter a world entirely unlike his own. "Isla," Liam said quietly, his voice trembling with nerves. This is too much. I don't belong here." Isla stopped walking, turning to face him. Her eyes softened, and she cupped his face gently with both hands. "You do belong, Liam. This world is more than just immortality and blood. It's my world, and it's the one I've chosen to share with you. You are the one I want beside me tonight. You, not anyone else." Liam stared into her eyes, the words sinking into him. He wasn't sure if he could believe it, but the sincerity in her voice gave him the strength to push forward. For her, he would try. With a deep breath, Liam nodded. "Okay, let's go." Isla smiled and kissed his forehead. With that, they passed through the gates. Inside the ballroom, the vampire ball was nothing like Liam had imagined. The ballroom before him was vast, bigger than any room he'd ever seen, its marble floors gleaming with a supernatural shine, reflecting the hundreds of chandeliers overhead. The ceiling stretched high above, painted with intricate constellations of the night sky. The walls were draped in rich velvet, and the air was heavy with the scent of wine, perfume, and something darker, more primal. Vampires, dressed in the finest silks, leather, and velvet, filled the room. Their faces, ageless and beautiful, wore expressions of indulgence and mystery. Their eyes flickered with centuries of knowledge, and their movements were fluid, almost predatory, as they weaved in and out of conversations, laughter, and games. The very air was alive with an energy that made Liam feel small, insignificant, and painfully human. Isla, however, was at ease. She moved through the crowd like she was born to be here. Her elegance, her grace, her aura of mystery and power. Everything about her radiated an energy that made her seem far older than her years. She was like a queen, moving among the court of immortals, and Liam couldn't help but feel the weight of that realization. She wasn't just a girl. She was a creature of legend, an ancient force that existed beyond the human realm. As they walked into the heart of the ballroom, all eyes turned toward them. Whispers ran through the crowd. Some stared at Isla with admiration, others with disdain, but no one dared approach too closely, except for a few. A tall vampire with jet black hair and striking blue eyes made his way toward them. Isla stiffened slightly as he drew near, but her expression remained impassive. "Isla," the vampire said with smirk, bowing low, "I didn't think you would grace us with your presence tonight. You've been hiding for far too long." Liam watched the exchange carefully, unsure of the vampire's intent. He could feel the tension in the air. This was no friendly greeting. Isla smiled coolly, her voice measured. "I've had my reasons, Nikolai, but I thought it was time to show my face. For old time's sake." Nikolai's eyes flickered toward Liam, his gaze lingering with curiosity, before he looked back at Isla. "And your companion?" His voice carried an undertone of amusement, as though the idea of a human attending a vampire ball was almost too absurd for words. "I didn't realize you were bringing a pet tonight." Liam tensed, but before he could react, Isla stepped closer to him, her hand tightening around his arm in a subtle gesture of protection. "He's not my pet, Nikolai. He's my chosen one," she said firmly, her tone brokering no argument. The word chosen hung in the air between them, and for a moment, Liam wondered if it meant something more than just a casual declaration of love. But he had no time to process it, as Nikolai gave a mocking chuckle and bowed low. "Very well. Enjoy your night, Isla." And you, he said, turning to Liam with a smirk. Try not to get too comfortable. Vampires aren't always so forgiving of human trespassers. With that, Nikolai disappeared back into the crowd, leaving a trail of whispered words in his wake. The ball's mysteries. The night wore on, and Liam found himself overwhelmed by the sheer spectacle of it all. Everywhere he looked, there was beauty, luxury, and danger. Couples danced across the floor with fluidity that defied human ability, their movement a mix of sensuality and power. Conversations flowed like wine, filled with veiled threats, flirtation, and political intrigue. Vampires exchanged glances, calculating alliances, whispering secrets that Liam couldn't even begin to understand. And through it all, Isla remained by his side, her presence a comforting but haunting force. She introduced him to a few vampires, some warm, others distant, but none of them seemed to care for Liam's presence. He was an outsider, a mere mortal in a room full of gods and monsters. Yet, despite the underlying tension, Liam couldn't help but be drawn deeper into the experience. He could feel the weight of the centuries in the air, the timelessness that surrounded him, and it filled him with awe and fear in equal measure. But it was Isla who held his gaze, Isla who grounded him. Her beauty, her strength, her eternal nature. It was impossible to look away. As they moved to the balcony, Liam leaned over the railing, gazing out at the moonlit landscape beyond the estate. The night felt endless, like an eternal dance, one he wasn't sure he could ever fully understand. Isla stepped beside him, her voice soft and soothing. I know this isn't easy for you, but tonight is a glimpse into my world, Liam, a world that is as much a part of me as the blood in my veins. Liam turned to face her, his heart swelling with love, despite the confusion and unease that churned inside him. Isla, I don't know if I'll ever be able to fully understand this world, but I know that I want to be with you, no matter what. Isla's eyes softened, and for a brief moment, the centuries seemed to melt away. She leaned in, brushing her lips against his in a kiss that was both tender and full of longing. The ball, the vampires, the world around them, it all faded as they shared that moment. But Liam knew that what they had was fragile, and as the night wore on, he couldn't shake the feeling that their love would soon face a test more difficult than anything they had faced before. Chapter 15, The Dark Secret. The night after the vampire ball, the events of the evening continued to swirl in Liam's mind like a storm he couldn't control. Isla had shown him her world, a world so full of luxury, danger, and ancient customs that he had been left breathless and overwhelmed. But as he lay awake in their private quarters in the sanctuary, one thought gnawed at him, a question he hadn't dared ask until now. Isla had led him into the depths of the vampire world, but she had also kept a part of herself hidden, a shadow that he could feel in the way she sometimes looked at him, in the way she would draw into herself when no one was watching. There was something she wasn't telling him, something dark. His gaze drifted to Isla, who lay asleep beside him. Her features, serene in slumber, were a sharp contrast to the secrets that seemed to cling to her like an invisible cloak. He had seen her struggle with her hunger, seen her wrestle with the darker parts of herself, but this felt like something deeper, something that had shaped the woman she was now, something that might have irrevocably changed her forever. What is it, Isla? What are you hiding? The unseen wounds. The morning came too quickly, the soft light filtering through the heavy curtains, casting gentle shadows on the stone walls. Isla stirred beside him, her body moving slowly as if reluctant to leave the sanctuary of sleep. But the weight of the past, of the secrets that hung between them, was still pressing on Liam's mind. He didn't know why, but today felt different. Today, he couldn't ignore the gnawing curiosity, the need to understand more about her past. If their relationship was to continue, to grow, he had to know everything. Isla, he began gently, not wanting to wake her too suddenly. I need to ask you something. She opened her eyes slowly, her gaze soft and still heavy with sleep. She studied him for a moment, sensing the tension in his voice, the question that hung in the air. What is it, Liam? She asked, her voice low and hesitant, as if she already knew the nature of his question. He paused for a moment, searching for the right words. I need to know about your past. There's something you're hiding from me. I can feel it. What is it, Isla? What happened? A flicker of unease passed through her eyes, and for a moment, the warmth in her expression dimmed. Isla sat up, pulling her knees close to her chest, a defensive gesture, as though preparing herself for something difficult. I didn't want to burden you with this, she murmured, her voice strained. But I suppose I should have told you sooner. Liam sat up, his heart pounding as he watched her carefully. This was it, the moment of truth. Isla took a deep breath, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed through her hair, and then she began. The betrayal. You've heard of the vampire wars, right? She asked softly, her eyes distant as if she were already reliving a time long past. Liam nodded slowly. The vampire wars have been a part of history. Ancient battles fought between rival vampire factions for control, dominance, and survival. He had learned about them from Isla's stories, the wars that had shaped the vampire race into what it was today. Those wars were brutal, Liam, she continued, her voice laced with sadness. Countless lives were lost, and not just vampire lives. Humans, too. Innocent humans caught in the crossfire. It's a part of our history we don't like to talk about, because it's something we all carry with us. Liam's brow furrowed, his heart sinking. And you were part of it. Isla's eyes flickered with pain, and she nodded. I wasn't always like this. Someone who values life, who wants to protect the ones I love. I was once a different person. Young, reckless, driven by the power I had, by the bloodlust that flows through our veins. I didn't understand what it meant to truly live until it was too late. Her voice broke slightly as she spoke, and Liam could feel the weight of the centuries of guilt pressing down on her. I was once part of a powerful faction, a faction led by a vampire named Victor. He was ruthless, ambitious, determined to conquer and control. I followed him. He promised me immortality without limits, a life without rules, without boundaries. I was seduced by that promise. Liam could see where this was heading, and his stomach churned. He could feel the history in Isla's words, the heavy burden of regret in her tone. But there was more, he knew. There had to be more. I was part of Victor's inner circle, Isla continued, her voice trembling slightly. We plotted against other vampire factions, took down powerful rivals, and waged war against human societies. But there was one thing Victor wanted most of all, the power to control life and death, to rule the world of humans and vampires alike. Liam's heart raced as the pieces started to fall into place. But it was all a lie, Isla whispered, her voice pained. Victor's true goal was to create a weapon that could turn the tides of the war in his favor. A weapon made from innocent human blood, harvested from those he deemed useless, those who stood in his way. Liam's blood ran cold. You didn't. Isla's face twisted in pain. I was complicit, Liam. I was part of the plan. We took innocent lives, dozens of them. We tortured them, used them to create a weapon that would bring about the destruction of entire cities. I helped Victor build it. She paused, her voice breaking. I never questioned him. I never saw the real consequences. I was blinded by power, by the idea of what we could become, what we could control. But when I saw the destruction, when I saw the innocent lives torn apart, when I realized what I had become a part of, it broke me. Isla wiped her eyes, looking away in shame. I tried to stop it. I tried to warn the humans. But Victor's forces were too strong. The weapon he had created, this monstrous thing, was unleashed. Thousands died in an instant. Children, families, friends, gone. Liam's mind reeled, struggling to process the enormity of what Isla was confessing. His heart ached for her. How could someone so full of love and goodness be involved in such a horrific act? I ran, Isla whispered, her voice barely audible now. I ran from the destruction I caused, from the monsters I had helped create. I exiled myself from the vampire coven, from Victor's world, hoping I could escape the past. But it's never truly left me. The weight of those deaths, the guilt, it haunts me every day. I live in exile, Liam, because I couldn't face the vampire world anymore. I didn't deserve to. Liam's dilemma. Liam sat frozen, his body heavy with the weight of her words. The silence between them stretched on, filled with an unspoken understanding of the pain Isla carried. She had done terrible things. She had been part of something monstrous, something that had cost countless lives. But there was also the other side of Isla, the woman he loved, the woman who had shown him compassion, tenderness, and strength. She wasn't that person anymore. She was someone who had learned, someone who had changed, someone who would never go back to that darkness. But the question gnawed at him. Could he accept the woman she had been? Could he still love her knowing the horror she had been part of? Liam, Isla said softly, her voice breaking the silence. I know what I did was unforgivable. I know I can never undo it. But I'm not that person anymore. I don't want to be that person. I want to be with you. Please, tell me you don't see me as a monster, as the monster I once was. Liam's chest tightened, his breath shallow as he searched her eyes. The storm of emotions inside him was overwhelming. He had never imagined the depths of her pain, the weight of her past. But in that moment, something in him clicked. He wasn't perfect either. He had his own mistakes, his own regrets. Maybe, just maybe, this was what love truly was. Accepting each other's flaws, supporting one another through the darkness. Isla had shown him the best parts of herself, and he couldn't abandon her now. I can't say that it doesn't hurt, Liam whispered, his voice hoarse. But I believe in you, Isla. I believe in the person you are now. And I'm willing to try. We can try. Together. Tears welled up in Isla's eyes as she reached out to him, her hands trembling. Thank you, she whispered, her voice filled with relief. Thank you for still seeing me. Thank you for not giving up on me. Liam held her close, the weight of her past pressing against his chest. But in that moment, it no longer felt like a barrier between them. Instead, it felt like a bond forged through acceptance, through love, and through the knowledge that no matter how dark the past had been, they still had a future. Chapter 16, The Hunter's Vow. The wind howled through the trees outside the sanctuary, carrying with it an eerie chill. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to happen. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Liam could feel in the air, the same sense of impending doom that had clung to Isla's every word since the night of the vampire ball. There was no escaping it now. The vampire hunters were coming, and with them, Ethan. Liam had never truly understood the depth of the danger they were in until now. Ethan, the hunter who had crossed paths with Isla before, had sworn a vow of vengeance. The death of his mentor, killed in the chaos of the confrontation at the sanctuary, had ignited a fire within him, a burning desire for revenge. But it wasn't just Isla he sought to destroy. It was Liam, too. Liam stood beside Isla, his hand resting on the cool stone of the balcony as he gazed into the forest beyond. He had learned the truth about Ethan's relationship with Isla, how the hunter had been part of her past, and how she had unknowingly set the events in motion that led to his mentor's death. But knowing the truth didn't make it any easier to face the fact that they were now marked targets, hunted by a man who was as skilled as he was vengeful. Isla, standing beside him, seemed lost in thought. Her usually calm and controlled demeanor had shifted. There was an anxiety in her eyes, a flicker of uncertainty that Liam had never seen before. She had always been so sure, so unshakable in her resolve. But this was different. I can feel him, Isla whispered, her voice barely audible. Ethan is out there. He's closing in, and he won't stop until we're both dead. Liam turned to her, his heart heavy with the weight of her words. What exactly does that mean? Are we in immediate danger? Isla's gaze darkened, her sharp features now looking far older than her years. It means he's hunting us. Ethan has connections. He's not alone. The vampire hunters are like a pack of wolves, and they won't stop until they've destroyed every vampire in their path. They know no mercy. And you? They'll kill you to get to me. They'll make you suffer for my past. Liam's chest tightened, and for the first time, he truly understood the stakes. It wasn't just about the vampires or the bloodlust. It was about survival. It was about fighting against a world that wanted to see them torn apart. We need to leave, he said urgently, grabbing Isla's arm gently. We can run. We can go somewhere they can't find us. Isla's eyes softened, and she shook her head slowly. You don't understand. It's not that simple. We can't keep running, Liam. Sooner or later, they'll find us, no matter where we go. And if they don't find us, the consequences will follow us anyway. This is my fight. It always has been. Liam stepped closer, cupping her face in his hands. You don't have to fight alone. I won't let them hurt you. I won't let them take me away from you. For a long moment, Isla simply stared at him, her emotions a tangle of love, guilt, and fear. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that there was a way to protect them both. But deep down, she knew the truth. The war had already begun. The hunter's vow. Ethan had always been a man of conviction, cold, calculating, and driven by a singular purpose, vengeance. But beneath his icy exterior, there was a burning rage, a fury that had been slowly consuming him since the death of his mentor. The mentor whom Isla had killed. The mentor whose loss had ignited his life's mission. Liam had seen Ethan briefly at the vampire ball, a shadowy figure with eyes filled with hatred and disdain. But he had no idea just how dangerous this man truly was. Ethan wasn't just any vampire hunter. He was a leader among them, a man who had dedicated his entire life to eradicating the vampire race. And now, Isla had made him personal. In the shadowed corners of a small cabin, miles from the sanctuary, Ethan sat at a rickety wooden table, his fingers clenched into tight fists. His jaw was set in a hard line as he stared at a map of the city, pinpointing every potential hiding spot where Isla and Liam could be. His mind raced not with doubts, but with pure, unrelenting vengeance. They think they can escape, he muttered under his breath, his voice low and filled with menace. But they won't. I'll hunt them down. I'll tear everything they love apart until there's nothing left. Isla will pay for what she did. A single figure entered the room, a tall, menacing woman with black hair and cold blue eyes. Sabrina, Ethan's second in command, and the most lethal of all the vampire hunters. Her presence was enough to freeze the air in the room, the very embodiment of danger. You're obsessed with her, Ethan, Sabrina said flatly, her tone devoid of any sympathy. This isn't about justice anymore. It's about personal revenge. Ethan's lips curled into a thin smile, though there was nothing warm about it. Justice is the least of my concerns now. Isla is a traitor. She destroyed everything I held dear. And Liam? He's just a pawn. A human. An expendable piece. Sabrina raised an eyebrow. You think you can take them both down? Even together, they're dangerous. The vampire world isn't going to let you just waltz in and make them your enemies. I don't care about the vampire world, Ethan snarled, slamming his fist onto the table, sending the map scattering across the floor. The only thing I care about is making them pay. They think they can live in the shadows, hide in their little sanctuary, but I'll burn everything they've built to the ground. They will know what it means to lose everything. Sabrina's eyes narrowed. Then we go in hard. We take them by surprise. We don't give them a chance to react. Ethan's lips parted in a twisted grin. I don't need surprise. I need blood. Isla struggled. The days that followed were a blur of planning, worry, and growing dread. Isla could feel the hunter's presence closing like a storm, and the weight of that knowledge crushed her every waking moment. She couldn't allow herself to become distracted. She couldn't let the love she felt for Liam cloud her judgment. She knew that Ethan wasn't just a hunter. He was relentless. He would stop at nothing to destroy her, to destroy them both. And she knew the sacrifices he would be willing to make. She had seen it in his eyes. The same cold determination that had once made him a formidable ally, now turned into a weapon of destruction. She had never feared him before, not when they had fought side by side against their enemies. But now he was no longer the ally she had once known. He was her enemy, and he would use every weapon at his disposal to bring her to her knees. Isla had to protect Liam. She had to protect them. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized how fragile their future was. She couldn't ask him to stay in the shadows forever. She couldn't ask him to live in fear, not when it already shown her so much love, so much courage. But how could she allow him to walk into the chaos of the vampire hunter's world? She was trapped between her love for him and her desire to shield him from the darkness of her existence. The deeper they went into this world, the more she feared she would lose him to it. And Ethan's vow of vengeance was a constant reminder that the cost of loving a vampire, of loving her, was a price Liam might never be able to pay. The reckoning. Liam could see the change in her. The way she looked at him, the way she kept her distance. even when they were alone together. She was pulling away, even as he fought to stay close. He didn't know what was coming, but he knew one thing for sure. He wasn't going to let Isla face it alone. "Isla," he said softly one evening as they stood together in the moonlit garden, "we need to make a stand. You can't keep running from your past, from him. If we want to be together, we have to face whatever's coming." Isla looked at him, her eyes haunted by a past she could never outrun. "You don't know what you're saying, Liam. Ethan is ruthless. He'll destroy everything in his path. If you keep fighting with me, you'll be destroyed too. I'm willing to risk it. I've already chosen you. I won't walk away from you now." Liam's voice was firm, steady, as he reached out and took her hand. Isla's eyes filled with tears. "I don't want to lose you," she whispered, her voice breaking. "But I don't know how to protect you from him." Liam pressed his forehead against hers. "We'll protect each other. Together." The sound of footsteps breaking the silence echoed from the trees. The hunter was closing in, and this time there would be no turning back. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Ally. The days that followed were filled with tension. Isla's movements were more cautious, her gaze more wary, constantly scanning the horizon for any sign of the approaching vampire hunters. Liam could sense the weight on her shoulders, the burden of having to protect both of them, the constant fear that hung between them, like a dark cloud, only deepened his desire to protect her. However, despite their preparations, the threat of Ethan and his relentless pursuit still loomed over them, threatening to shatter the fragile peace they had carved out for themselves. It was clear now the war they had hoped to avoid was unavoidable. But as Liam sat in the small, dimly lit library of the sanctuary, scrolling through old vampire texts and ancient maps, a knock on the door startled him. It was late, far later than usual. Isla, who had been pacing nervously by the window, stiffened at the sound. She was ready for trouble. Always ready. "Liam," she murmured, her voice tight with worry. "Be careful. Whoever it is, I don't trust anyone these days." Liam nodded, his pulse quickening. He stood and approached the door, uncertain of who might be visiting them in this isolated place. The sanctuary had been a refuge, one they couldn't afford to lose. He opened the door cautiously, his eyes narrowing as he faced a woman cloaked in a dark hooded robe. Her face was hidden in the shadows, but something about her posture, the way she held herself, told him she was no ordinary visitor. The woman stepped forward, revealing the haunting glow of her green eyes. Her voice, however, was calm and even. "I'm not here to harm you," she said, her tone betraying none of the usual coldness he'd expect from a stranger. "I'm here to help." Liam's brow furrowed, his instinct telling him to be cautious. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice steady but filled with suspicion. The woman hesitated, then dropped her hood, revealing short, dark hair and a face that seemed too young to carry the weight of the story she had to tell. Her eyes were sharp, calculating. A former vampire hunter. "My name is Sophie," she said quietly. "I was one of them, a vampire hunter, the unlikely ally." Liam's heart skipped a beat. Sophie's confession hit him hard. He'd heard stories about the vampire hunters, their zeal, their brutal efficiency. To think one of them was standing in front of him, claiming to be an ally, was more than he could process in the moment. Isla, who had been watching the interaction from a distance, took a step forward, her expression filled with guarded curiosity. She had seen the hunters up close, had suffered at their hands. She knew better than anyone that there were no allies in their world. No such thing as an ex-hunter who could be trusted. "What's your game?" Isla asked, her voice hard, skeptical. "You expect us to believe that you turned your back on your own kind? That you're here to help us?" Sophie met Isla's gaze without flinching. "I didn't turn my back on them, Isla. I turned my back on the war." She paused for a moment, her expression softening. "When you spend years hunting the very creatures you despise, when you see things that make you question everything you thought you knew, you start to realize that the war is pointless. And I realized that I couldn't keep fighting a war that wasn't mine to fight anymore." Liam felt the weight of her words. He could hear the pain in her voice, the guilt that she had carried with her. But he didn't have time for questions about the past. Right now, they needed all the help they could get. "We're not exactly in a position to turn down help," Liam said, his voice firm but wary. "But why now? Why come to us? You could have gone anywhere." Sophie took a deep breath, her fingers nervously running through her hair. "I've been watching you two for a while. I knew what Ethan was planning, and I knew he would come for you both. It was only a matter of time. He's hunting you, Liam, not just because of Isla, but because of the choices you've made. You're in more danger than you know." Liam's heart sank. He had always known the stakes, but hearing from Sophie made the threat feel all too real. He glanced over at Isla, who had gone silent, her expression unreadable. "I'm here because I can help," Sophie continued, her voice steadying. "I know how the hunters operate. I know Ethan's methods. And more importantly, I know his weaknesses. The truth behind the hunter's vow." Liam listened intently, trying to absorb every word. He had no idea what Sophie's motivations truly were, if her sudden appearance was genuine or part of some elaborate ruse. But one thing was clear. She knew more than anyone else about Ethan and the vampire hunters. Sophie didn't mince words. She told them everything she knew about Ethan's vendetta against Isla and the hunters' plans to wipe out her entire coven. "Ethan's obsession with vengeance is the only thing that drives him," she said. "His mentor, the one Isla killed, he was a father figure to him. And when he died, it shattered Ethan. He can't move on. And that hatred makes him dangerous." Liam nodded. The pieces of the puzzle starting to come together. "But why help us now? What do you want in return?" Sophie's eyes flickered with an emotion Liam couldn't quite place. "I want to stop the war. I want to end the cycle of violence that's been going on for centuries. I want to give both sides a chance to live without constant bloodshed. But more than anything, I want to stop Ethan. He's gone too far, and if he succeeds, it won't just be Isla's coven he destroys. It will be all of us. The war will escalate, and no one will be safe." Isla's eyes narrowed, her guarded demeanor never faltering. "How can we trust you? You've been a part of that world." Sophie exhaled slowly. "You can't trust me. Not yet. But I can promise you this. I'm not here to betray you. I'm here to help you fight Ethan, and to make sure you both survive the coming storm." Liam could feel the gravity of her words, the heavy sense of truth hanging in the air. He didn't know if they could trust Sophie, but he also knew they didn't have much of a choice. Time was running out, and the vampire hunters would soon be upon them. "We'll need to move quickly," Sophie said, breaking the silence. "I've already set up a safe house on the outskirts of town. It's a place where we can plan, without fear of being discovered. But you have to be ready. Ethan is relentless, and the closer we get to him, the more dangerous it will become." Liam exchanged a glance with Isla. This wasn't a decision he could make alone. They both knew that if they wanted to survive, they needed every advantage they could get. "We'll go with you," Liam said, his voice firm. "But if you're lying to us, Sophie, I'll make sure you regret it." Sophie nodded, her expression unreadable. "Understood." A fragile alliance. The hours that followed were filled with preparation and strategy. Sophie shared more of her knowledge of the hunters, their tactics, their movements, their leaders' weaknesses, and Isla and Liam absorbed every detail. The more they learned, the more they realized just how outmatched they were. But with Sophie's guidance, they began to form a plan. It wasn't foolproof, but it was the best they had. Isla and Liam would need to rely on each other, trust each other more than ever before. They had to be ready for whatever Ethan would throw at them. As the night wore on, Liam sat alone, deep in thought. He had come to terms with the dangers of being with Isla. He had chosen this life, this love, and he wouldn't back down now. But he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that had started to settle in his chest. Trusting Sophie was one thing, but would it be enough to survive the war? And would they ever truly escape the chaos that followed them, no matter how hard they fought? Chapter 18. The Ritual of Blood. The silence inside the sanctuary was suffocating, thick with the weight of their impending decision. Liam stood at the center of the ancient stone room, its cold walls adorned with worn symbols and intricate carvings, each one holding the secrets of a forgotten world. The moonlight filtered to the tall windows, casting long shadows across the floor. It felt like time itself had slowed to a crawl, as if the universe was holding its breath. Isla stood beside him, her presence a calming force, yet her eyes were clouded with a storm of uncertainty. She had never been more conflicted in her entire existence. Her eternal life had been built on distance, on separation, on keeping herself apart from the human she loved. But Liam had changed everything. He had pierced through her defenses, broken down the walls she had carefully constructed over centuries. Now, she stood on the precipice of a decision that could either bond them forever or destroy everything they had built. "We don't have to do this, Isla," Liam said softly, his voice filled with concern as he reached out to touch her hand. He could feel the tension in her, the uncertainty that pulsed through her like a second heartbeat. "We've already been through so much. If you don't want this, we can find another way." Isla's gaze met his, and for a moment, her expression was unreadable. She opened her mouth as though to speak, but the words caught in her throat. The weight of the choice, this irreversible, dangerous act, was pressing down on her chest. The ritual she had suggested wasn't just an act of love. It was a commitment, a binding that could never be undone. To share blood with a human, to form a bond so strong that it transcended both worlds, was not something that could be taken lightly. And yet, there was no turning back now. The ritual of blood was ancient, one that many vampires had used to forge lasting bonds with those they loved, but few dared to perform it. The consequences were far-reaching. It was said that the ritual could either strengthen a relationship beyond measure or destroy it completely, leaving both parties forever torn apart by the power of their emotions. "I don't know if I can survive it, Liam," Isla whispered, her voice tremulous. "The bond, it will link us. Everything I feel, you will feel. Every thought, every memory, every wound. You'll carry them all. It's not just love. It's everything. The intensity, the overwhelming connection. It could break us both." Liam's heart ached as he saw the raw vulnerability in her eyes. He knew her fears. He had seen them, felt them in her touch, in the way she pulled away when things got too close, too real. She was terrified of losing herself to him, of becoming too entangled, too consumed by their love. She was immortal, bound to live for centuries while he would age, fade, and eventually disappear. Could they truly survive such a bond, knowing how fleeting his life was compared to hers? "I've already chosen you," Liam said, his voice firm, unwavering. He stepped closer, cupping her face in his hands. "I don't care about the consequences. I don't care about the risks. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Isla, we're stronger than you think. And whatever this ritual brings, we'll face it together." Isla closed her eyes, her pulse quickening at the warmth of his touch. The weight of his words sank into her chest, making her heart beat faster. She knew he meant it. He had always meant it. But could she be strong enough to withstand the bond they were about to create? The thought of feeling his every pain, his every fear, was both terrifying and exhilarating. "We'll do it," she finally whispered, her voice barely audible. "But if we do, Liam, we have to be prepared. This isn't just a bond of love. It's a bond of everything. We won't be able to hide anything from each other. Not our deepest fears, not our darkest desires, not even the pain that we carry in our souls. Are you sure you're ready for that?" Liam smiled softly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "I've never been more ready for anything. As long as you're by my side, I can face anything." Isla nodded, her breath catching in her throat. She could feel the pull between them, the magnetic attraction that had always existed, now deepened by their shared emotions. They were about to take a step that would forever change the course of their lives. There was no turning back now. The ritual begins. Sophie had been the one to guide them through the steps of the ritual of blood, explaining everything in quiet, measured tones. The ritual would require them to exchange blood, something far more intimate than any physical act. This exchange would bind their lives, their fates, together in a way that neither of them could fully comprehend. Isla had already prepared herself, her long black hair tied back, her hands trembling slightly as she stood beside Liam. Sophie had arranged a circle of candles around them, the flickering flames casting an eerie, mystical light across the room. The air felt charged, alive with an energy neither of them had ever encountered before. Sophie stood back, observing them closely, her eyes filled with a mixture of understanding and caution. The ritual is not just about blood. It's about vulnerability, she warned them. You will each have to trust the other completely. Trust that this bond won't break you. Trust that it will make you stronger. Liam nodded, his gaze never leaving Isla. The intensity of the moment was overwhelming, but his resolve was stronger. He had already chosen this path, and there was no other way now. Isla took a deep breath, her pulse quickening. She extended her hand to him, and Liam, without hesitation, took it in his own. The bond between them was already palpable, but this was different. This was the beginning of something deeper, something that could never be undone. Slowly, Isla lifted her wrist to her lips, her fangs glinting in the candlelight. She hesitated for a brief moment before sinking them into her own skin, drawing blood. She winced as a familiar metallic taste filled her mouth, but her gaze never left Liam. She was giving him this, her blood, her essence. And it wasn't just an offering. It was a surrender, a promise. Liam's heart pounded in his chest as he watched her. He had seen her drink blood before, but this was different. This was a part of her that she had never shared with anyone. Not like this. He had no hesitation as he raised his own wrist to his lips and followed her lead, puncturing his skin and drawing his own blood. The pain was sharp but fleeting, a reminder that this ritual was not without its cost. The moment their blood met in the air, a surge of energy rushed between them, electrifying the room. The candles flickered violently as the power of the ritual took hold. Their hearts beat as one, their souls touching in a way neither of them had ever experienced. The intensity of the emotions flooded their minds: fear, longing, desire, guilt, love. All of it, every single emotion they had ever felt, now intertwined, now shared. Isla gasped, feeling Liam's emotions, his love for her, yes, but also his deepest fears, his doubts, his terror of losing her. It was overwhelming, too much to take in at once. Her own feelings of guilt, her centuries of isolation, her fear of the unknown, her undying love for him. Everything rushed through her, flooding their connection, drowning them both in an ocean of emotions. And then the bond was complete. The room fell silent as the power of the ritual settled. Liam's breath hitched in his chest as the final piece clicked into place. He could feel Isla, her presence inside him, like a constant, gentle hum. Her thoughts, her emotions, her very essence now mingled with his own. He could feel her always. For Isla, it was as though her entire world had shifted. Liam's feelings were no longer just thoughts in her mind. They were part of her, integrated into her very being. She could sense his heartbeat, his thoughts, his every subtle shift in emotion. And in return, he could feel everything she had buried for centuries. The loneliness, the pain, the love, and the terror of being so deeply connected to someone who wouldn't last forever. "I feel you," Liam whispered, his voice shaky as he struggled to make sense of the overwhelming flood of emotions. "I can feel everything." Isla nodded, her eyes filled with a mixture of awe and fear. "I know," she whispered. "I can feel you too." The aftermath. For a long time, neither of them spoke. They simply stood there, their hands still locked together, both trying to process the bond that had just formed between them. The world around them felt both distant and impossibly close at the same time, as though they were no longer separate, no longer just two souls wandering through life. They were connected, bound by blood and emotion in a way neither of them could fully comprehend. Isla's gaze met Liam's, and for the first time, she didn't feel the overwhelming burden of her past. She felt something else, something lighter, something that made the weight of eternity feel a little less heavy. For Liam, the experience was disorienting, but it was also comforting. Despite the overwhelming flood of emotions, despite the intensity of everything he now shared with Isla, he knew one thing with certainty. He was never going to let go. Chapter 19, The Betrayal of Trust. The night had fallen in a thick blanket of silence over the sanctuary, but within its stone walls, an unsettling tension hung in the air. Isla stood in the center of the dimly lit room, her fingers gently tracing the ancient symbols etched into the floor, her mind miles away. She hadn't been able to shake the feeling that something was wrong. Even with the bond she had now shared with Liam, something had shifted in the air around them. It wasn't just the vampire hunters closing in or the uncertainty of their futures together. No, this felt different. This felt personal. Liam watched her from the doorway, his eyes filled with concern. He hadn't seen her this distracted, this distant, in a long time. The connection they shared was deeper now, and he could feel her unease, her restlessness. But she had been like this for days. She refused to say what was bothering her, choosing instead to bury it beneath a quiet facade. Isla, Liam called softly, stepping closer, his voice breaking the silence. What's going on? You've been like this for days. Isla turned, her red eyes meeting his with a flash of emotion too fleeting to catch. She tried to smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. It's nothing, she said, though even she could tell the words tasted hollow in her mouth. She didn't want to burden him further, but the reality was gnawing at her. There was a crack in their world, a betrayal that could undo everything. Just as she was about to speak, the door to the sanctuary creaked open, and the figure of Julian stepped inside. Julian was an older vampire, a member of Isla's coven. He had been one of her closest allies for centuries, a confidant she trusted implicitly. But there was something off about him tonight. He had never looked at her the way he was now, eyes darting nervously, hands fidgeting with the hem of his cloak as he entered. Julian? Isla asked, her voice colder than usual. What's going on? Julian hesitated for a moment, his mouth twitching as though he wanted to speak, but couldn't find the words. Finally, he spoke, his voice strained, almost apologetic. Isla, we need to talk. There's something you don't know, something I've kept from you. Liam immediately tensed, his protective instincts kicking in. He was already suspicious, but there was something about Julian's tone, something that screamed betrayal. What is it? Isla asked, her expression now unreadable. Julian's gaze flickered toward Liam, and for the first time, Isla noticed a trace of fear in his eyes. It was fleeting, but it was enough to send a shiver down her spine. Slowly, he took a step forward, his gaze dropping to the floor. I've been working with the vampire hunters, Julian confessed, the words cutting through the room like a dagger. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Isla froze, the weight of his words sinking into her chest. She had to be hearing things. Julian, her closest ally, her friend, was working with the very people who wanted her dead, the very people who had already taken so much from her. It didn't make sense. What? Isla whispered, her voice barely a breath. Liam, unable to hold back any longer, stepped in front of Isla, his hands balled into fists, his gaze burning with rage. You're working with them? After everything? After everything Isla has done for you? He advanced toward Julian, his body trembling with the force of his anger. Julian took a step back, his shoulders slumping in guilt, but there was no denying the truth in his words. I didn't plan for this to happen, he said, his voice a low rasp. But they have something I need, something they promised me in exchange for my cooperation. I thought I could control it, keep it from you, but now they've found a way to destroy everything we've built. Isla's mind was spinning. She felt her blood freeze as she tried to process what Julian was saying. What is it? She demanded, her voice shaking with a mixture of betrayal and desperation. What could possibly be worth all of this? All of the lies? Julian hesitated, his gaze flickering to ground, unwilling to meet her eyes. He took a slow, shaky breath before speaking again, his voice barely above a whisper. They have a weapon, a new one, something that could kill you, Isla, something no vampire can survive. And I'm afraid they've already got it ready. I didn't know it would come to this, but they're getting closer. They're getting closer to you. Liam's heart dropped, and his stomach twisted in knots. The intensity of the situation had just escalated beyond anything he had ever imagined. Not only had Julian betrayed them, but he had just confirmed that the vampire hunters were far more dangerous than they had ever feared. And now, the clock was ticking. They were on the verge of catastrophe. Isla's face went pale as the weight of Julian's revelation hit her. A weapon capable of killing vampires? A weapon specifically designed for her? She had always known that the hunters were dangerous, but she never imagined that they would go so far as to create something this lethal. What do they want from you? Isla asked, her voice cold now, each word carrying the sting of betrayal. Why would you help them? Why? They promised me that if I helped them, they would spare my coven, Julian said, his voice filled with the unmistakable tinge of regret. They promised to leave us alone if I gave them the information they needed to destroy you. Isla, I thought they'd keep their word. Isla's eyes narrowed, her anger barely contained. She felt a surge of emotions, but she quickly shoved them back, replacing them with cold, calculated logic. You thought they would keep their word? She asked, her voice now low and controlled. You think these hunters would spare you because you helped them kill me? You've been a fool, Julian. Liam stepped forward again, his voice cutting through the air with sharp clarity. You've put us all at risk. And for what? A promise from people who would never keep their word. Julian's face flushed with shame, and for a brief moment, his eyes flickered with something other than guilt. Something darker. He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. He could see that no explanation would suffice. No words could undo the damage he had caused. We need to leave now, Liam said urgently, his eyes locking with Isla's. The time for words had passed. There was no more room for explanations. We have to stop this before it's too late. Isla nodded slowly, her mind already racing. Her heart felt heavy with the betrayal, but there was no time to dwell on it. Julian's betrayal had cost them valuable time, and they needed to act fast if they were going to prevent the weapon from being unleashed. Julian, Isla said, her voice tinged with finality. You need to leave. Now. If the hunters catch you, I won't be able to protect you anymore. Julian's eyes filled with fear, but he didn't argue. He knew his place in this world had already been shattered. The coven no longer saw him as one of their own. With a final look at Isla and Liam, he turned and fled into the night, his footsteps echoing in the hollow silence of the sanctuary. The aftermath. Liam and Isla stood in the quiet aftermath of the betrayal. The weight of what had just happened pressed down on them, heavy and suffocating. Isla's heart was pounding, and she could feel the connection with Liam intensifying. She didn't need to speak to him to know what he was feeling. He was hurt, betrayed, just as she was. But his thoughts were all too clear. The anger, the frustration, the desperate need to protect her. The vampire hunters were closer than ever. And now, with Julian's betrayal, they had one more enemy to contend with. The one who had once called her ally. Isla closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath to steady herself. There was no more room for hesitation, no more time for second-guessing. The war was no longer distant. It was here, and it was only a matter of time before the hunters came for them. We have to stop them, Isla whispered, her voice filled with determination, before they destroy everything. Liam nodded, his jaw clenched tight. He didn't know how they would fight back, how they could possibly win this war. But one thing was certain. He would stand by her side, no matter the cost. Together, they would face the coming storm. Chapter 20. The Final Confrontation. The air was thick with tension as Liam and Isla stood at the edge of the old, crumbling forest, the trees casting long shadows over the moonlit path. There was an eerie stillness, the kind that felt too quiet, too heavy. Liam could feel his heartbeat in his throat, the rhythm erratic and loud against the silence. He glanced at Isla, his thoughts spiraling. The bond they shared had deepened beyond anything he could have imagined, but the weight of their love was now pressing down on him in a way that felt suffocating. They had been running from this moment for so long, trying to outrun the inevitable battle that was coming. And now, there was no avoiding it. Isla was standing tall beside him, her expression a mix of determination and something darker, something more ancient. Her red eyes gleamed with a quiet ferocity, a reminder of the centuries she had lived through, of the wars and betrayals she had witnessed. Despite everything, she was still here, still fighting for them. But Liam could see the deep sorrow in her gaze. She was already prepared for the worst, for the possibility that the end of this war could be the end of them. They're coming, Isla said quietly, her voice carrying an edge of finality. Ethan will lead them. He's as relentless as they come. Liam nodded, his jaw tightening. He had been preparing for this, but he didn't think he could ever truly be ready. The hunters, the ones who had been chasing them since the beginning, had gathered strength, and now they were ready to strike. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about choosing what they were willing to fight for, what they were willing to lose. They had no allies left, no coven to protect them, no second chances. Are you sure about this? Liam asked, his voice strained. We can still find a way to run. We can go somewhere safe. Isla turned to face him, her eyes steady, but there was a sadness there too, an understanding of what he was asking. We've run long enough. Liam, this ends now. There's no more running. Liam clenched his fists at his sides, looking away for a moment to gather his thoughts. He wasn't afraid to fight. No, his fear wasn't the battle itself. It was in the decision that awaited him. He had known from the beginning that being with Isla meant stepping into a world that was far darker than anything he had ever known. But now, as the final battle loomed before them, the question wasn't whether they would fight. The question was whether Liam was willing to sacrifice everything, to give up his humanity, for the love of a vampire. Isla was right. This couldn't be avoided. The war had come for them, and now they had to stand and face it. He looked back at her, his eyes steady. Then we fight together, no matter what happens. Isla's lips curled into the smallest of smiles, but it didn't reach her eyes. She knew the risks. She knew that the moment they stepped into this fight, they were walking a thin line between victory and destruction. They're coming, Isla said again, this time with more certainty in her voice. I can feel them. Liam looked around, the hairs on his neck standing on end. He could sense it too. There was something ominous in the air, something dark moving closer with every passing second. And then, in the distance, he saw it, shadows moving swiftly between the trees. A figure at the head of the group, a tall man with cold, calculating eyes and a dangerous gleam in his hand. It was Ethan. The vampire hunter was leading the charge, his stance unyielding, his focus fixed on the two of them. Liam could see the hatred burning in Ethan's eyes, the same hatred that had been there from the very beginning. Ethan was determined to destroy them, and this time there would be no retreat, no escape. You know, Ethan's voice rang out, cold and mocking as he stepped closer, his hunters flanking him. I thought you'd have learned by now. You can't outrun fate, Isla. You can't escape the darkness of what you are. His gaze flickered briefly to Liam. And you, just a naive human. Do you really think she's worth dying for? Do you really think you can change the inevitable? Liam's heart pounded in his chest. This was it, the moment he had been preparing for. No more running, no more hiding. Everything had led to this confrontation. The weight of the decision he had to make hung heavy on him. Was he ready to lose himself, to become something else, just to stay by Isla's side? He glanced at Isla, and for a moment, time slowed down. She looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and regret, as though she already knew the answer to the question that was weighing on his soul. I'll do whatever it takes, Liam said, his voice steady, filled with resolve. I don't care what it costs. Isla's eyes softened, a flicker of something, gratitude, perhaps, shining in the depths of her red gaze. You don't understand what you're saying, Liam. You have no idea what you're about to face. Liam stepped forward, never breaking eye contact with her. I know exactly what I'm facing. I've always known. Isla's face twisted with something resembling pain, but she didn't stop him. She didn't say anything more, knowing this was a decision he had already made. Ethan's voice broke the silence again, but this time it was filled with malice. Then let's see how long you last in this world. Boy, you won't survive her. You'll never survive us. Before Liam could respond, the battle began. The battle. Ethan and his hunters moved with the precision of a well-oiled machine. They were fast, faster than anything Liam could have imagined. As the first few charged toward them, Liam's heart slammed against his chest. He didn't have the training, the experience, or the raw power of a vampire, but he had determination, and that was enough to keep him standing. Isla moved like a shadow, her vampire speed allowing her to take down multiple hunters in seconds. She was a force, a deadly one, her strikes precise and merciless. But Liam could see the toll it was taking on her. Every kill, every fight, chipped away at the part of her that still clung to humanity. Liam fought beside her, his mind racing, his movements clumsy compared to hers. He was doing his best to protect her, to stand his ground, but the overwhelming power of the hunters was taking its toll. Ethan, however, was the one who worried him the most. Ethan moved with a purpose, his eyes never leaving Liam, his hatred palpable. The battle raged on, each blow from Ethan like a thunderclap. Liam could feel his body weakening, his resolve wavering. He was losing ground. But just as he thought it might all be over, he saw the flicker of light in Isla's eyes. She was determined. She wouldn't let him die. Not like this. Ethan's eyes narrowed as he faced off with Liam, the hunter's sword raised high, ready to strike the final blow. Liam's heart raced, his hands shaking as he realized what was coming. This was the moment. If he couldn't stop Ethan, if he couldn't protect Isla, everything was lost. But then, with a scream that echoed through the forest, Isla lunged. She was faster than a bullet, her fangs bared, her claws tearing through the air as she collided with Ethan. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. The world around them stopped, and all that mattered was the two of them, the human and the vampire, caught in a deadly dance. And then, in a blur of motion, Isla sank her fangs into Ethan's neck, her strength overwhelming him. Liam watched, breathless, as the battle came to its brutal end. Ethan's struggles grew weaker and weaker until, finally, he was still. The forest fell silent. The weight of what had just happened settled over Liam like a thick fog. Ethan was dead. The vampire hunters were retreating, their numbers dwindling, but the cost of their victory was clear. They had won, but at what price? Liam staggered toward Isla, his breath coming in short gasps. The battle was over, but the war had only just begun. Isla turned to him, her red eyes still glowing with the remnants of rage. She was covered in blood, but her gaze softened as she met his eyes. She looked lost. "I didn't want this for you," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I didn't want you to become like me." Liam reached out to her, his hand brushing against her cheek. "I'm already here. Isla, I'm with you, and I always will be." But as the words left his lips, the weight of what he had just promised settled in. He wasn't just standing by her side now. He was in this fight for the long haul, and that meant everything was about to change. Chapter 21, The Battle for Survival. The night had descended in a thick cloak of blackness, one that seemed to swallow everything whole. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, casting an ominous glow over the desolate battlefield. Liam and Isla stood at the center of it, their backs against each other, ready to face the final onslaught of vampire hunters who had been relentlessly pursuing them. It was a final fight, the one they had been preparing for since the first encounter in the park. The stakes had never been higher. The war between vampires and hunters had reached its climax, and neither side was willing to back down. Liam's heart thundered in his chest, the sound of his pulse filling his ears. The weight of the situation pressed on him with every breath. He wasn't ready for this. He had never signed up for this, never imagined that his love for Isla would lead to this moment. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. There was no escaping it now. They were in this together, for better or for worse. Isla, on the other hand, stood tall, her red eyes burning with the ferocity of a predator. Her fangs were bared, her muscles tense and ready for action. Despite everything they'd been through, despite the overwhelming sense of doom that hung in the air, there was a calm in her. She had lived centuries in this world, seen countless wars and battles, and now she was ready to protect Liam, no matter the cost. "Liam," she whispered, her voice a mixture of urgency and something deeper, something filled with the weight of centuries of love and pain. "This is it. We have to fight. We have to end this tonight." He nodded, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the dagger Isla had given him earlier. He wasn't sure it would be enough to protect him, but it was all he had, and it was a symbol of the trust Isla had placed in him. The weapon wasn't just for physical defense. It was also a reminder that, despite being human, he was capable of standing by her side in the face of danger. The air around them shifted. The distant sound of footsteps, the subtle creak of leather and steel, and then, suddenly, there they were. Ethan, the vampire hunter who had sworn revenge on Isla, was at the front of the pack, his cold, calculating eyes locked onto them a look of grim determination. Behind him, his hunters, some familiar, others not, formed a semicircle, weapons drawn and ready. They had been relentless in their pursuit, but now, this wasn't just a hunt. This was a war, and their objective was clear: Liam and Isla's death. End this, Isla. Ethan's voice rang out across the battlefield, his tone dripping with venom. You think you can defy the order of things? A human and a vampire? You both will die tonight. The world won't allow this abomination to exist. Liam felt a flash of anger surge through him, his grip tightening on the hilt of the dagger. He could feel Isla's tension, too, the way her body coiled like a spring, ready to unleash hell on anyone who dared to harm them. Isla's voice was low and cold as she spoke, but there was an undeniable sense of resolve in it. I have lived for centuries, Ethan. I have seen wars. I have seen betrayals. But you won't take him from me. The tension between the two sides was palpable. Neither Isla nor Liam had any illusions about the gravity of the situation. They were outnumbered. The hunters were armed with weapons specifically designed to take down vampires. But Isla was powerful enough to fight for them both. She had to be. Liam's eyes flickered to her, and in that moment, he saw the depth of what he was willing to sacrifice for her. His love for Isla wasn't a fleeting thing. It was all-encompassing. There was no turning back. He was already committed to her world, even if it meant walking into the heart of danger. The battle began. The fight. Isla was a blur of movement, her vampire speed overwhelming in its intensity. She was everywhere at once, taking down hunters with brutal precision. Her fangs flashed as she tore into their ranks, her movement swift and deadly. Her power was undeniable. For a brief moment, she seemed untouchable, a force of nature too wild control. Liam, however, was slower, more vulnerable. His movements were awkward compared to Isla's grace, but he fought with the strength of his love and determination. The dagger in his hand fell heavy, its weight a reminder how out of place he felt in this war. But each time he swung it, each time he blocked a strike, he remembered what was at stake. The hunters were relentless, their numbers nearly overwhelming. They had trained for this moment, and they weren't going to stop until they had destroyed Isla and anyone who stood in their way. The sound of steel clashing against steel, the cries of pain, the shouts of battle, it was deafening. Liam's heart was in his throat as he faced off against the hunter. The man was tall, with a scar running down the side of his face, and his eyes were cold with the thrill of the fight. He lunged at Liam, but Liam barely managed to dodge the blow. He swung the dagger, but the hunter parried it easily, knocking it out of Liam's hand with a swift kick. "Is this really the best you can do, human?" the hunter taunted, his voice filled with contempt. Liam's pulse was hammering in his ears. His body was already sore from the earlier skirmishes, and he could feel himself tiring. He couldn't keep up like this. He wasn't trained for this kind of battle. But then, out of nowhere, Isla was there. She moved so quickly, it was almost impossible to track her. She sank her fangs into the hunter's neck with a vicious snarl, tearing through his flesh. The hunter's body went limp as she released him, her eyes glowing with an eerie red light. She looked back at Liam, her expression fierce, yet filled with something more, something softer, like a reminder that he was still here, still fighting. "Stay close," Isla growled, her voice like the promise of storm. "This isn't over." But even with Isla by his side, Liam could feel the danger closing in. One by one, the hunters began to fall. They were skilled, yes, but they were no match for Isla's strength. Still, they kept coming. Their numbers seemed endless. Liam fought with every ounce of his being, trying to protect her, trying to keep up, but with each passing minute, the odds seemed to stack against them. A sharp pain shot through Liam's side. He had been slashed with a hunter's silver blade. He staggered, barely managing to keep his feet beneath him. Isla noticed immediately. She had her hands full, her own wounds starting to show, but when she saw him falter, her eyes went wide with panic. She dashed toward him, cutting down a hunter who had attempted to get too close. "Liam!" she shouted, her voice laced with fear. She reached him in seconds, grabbing his shoulder to steady him. her hand pressed against his wound, her eyes flashing with desperation. "You're bleeding. You have to stay with me. You can't die here." Liam managed a small, strained smile despite the pain. "I'm not going anywhere." But he was fading. The blood loss from the silver wound was making it harder for him to stay conscious, and Isla could feel it. She was too far from him now, and she couldn't save him fast enough. But just as she feared the worst, something else shifted in the air. A new force entered the battlefield, the arrival of reinforcements. From the shadows of the forest, another vampire coven emerged, led by a familiar face, Vladimir, the Vampire King. The bloodthirsty monarch had finally made his move. His appearance on the battlefield shifted the tide of the war. With Vladimir and his coven's arrival, the hunters' morale shattered. The numbers were too overwhelming. The battle was already lost for them. They tried to regroup, but the vampires moved with brutal efficiency, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Vladimir's presence was like a dark storm. He tore through the hunters with terrifying ease, his every movement calculated, deadly. He had arrived to end this war, and he wasn't leaving until it was finished. Isla, sensing the shift, glanced at Liam, her eyes wild with worry. "Stay with me. We can end this together. Just hold on." Liam wanted to say something, to promise her that he would be fine, but his vision was fading fast. All he could see was her eyes so full of fear, yet still so fierce. And then, with one final cry from Ethan, the last of the vampire hunters fell. Chapter 22, The Escape, the aftermath of the battle, left the air heavy with the stench of death. It clung to everything, the grass, the trees, the broken bodies of hunters and vampires alike. Silence had settled over the battlefield, but it was a silence that felt too final, too crushing. The war for now was over, but the victory tasted bitter. Victory had come at a steep price. Liam could barely keep his eyes open. The pain from the silver wound was intense, each breath feeling like 1,000 needles piercing his skin. His side ached, and the world around him seemed to tilt and spin. He could hear Isla's voice, soft yet urgent, as she tried to steady him. "Stay with me, Liam," she whispered, her voice shaking. "You have to stay awake. Please." He could feel her cool hands against the skin, pressing against the wound in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. Her grip was firm, but her eyes, those eyes that had always burned with fierce, otherworldly glow, were filled with something darker now. Fear. Fear for him. Fear for everything they had built together. "Isla," Liam managed to croak, his voice weak, his body trembling. "It's over, isn't it? We're still here." Her lips pressed into a tight line, the weight of what had just transpired hanging heavy between them. The war had been won. Ethan, the vampire hunter who had tormented them for so long, was dead. The hunters were scattered, retreating to lick their wounds. And yet, despite the bloodshed, the victory felt hollow. Nothing had come easy, and the consequences of their actions, of their love, were far from over. "We've won the battle," Isla said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But the war is far from over, Liam. This isn't done. Not for us." Liam's head drooped slightly, his strength waning. But he still clung to her, his fingers weakly grasping at the fabric of her coat. His heart still raced, still filled with that aching need to be close to her. You think we can make it out of this?" Liam asked, his breath ragged. "There's no turning back, is there?" Isla looked around, her eyes scanning the battlefield. The moonlight cast a pale glow of destruction, painting everything in shades of silver and crimson. The hunters were no longer a threat, but the war had exposed them both to even darker forces. Forces that wouldn't stop hunting them until one of them was dead. "We can't stay here," Isla said softly but with finality. "The coven is fractured, and those who remain loyal to Vladimir will want us gone. The hunters may be down, but their alliance with rogue vampires still exists. The world we live in is not safe. It'll never be safe as long as you're here with me." Liam wanted to argue. He wanted to tell her that they had fought for this, fought for their love, fought for survival. He wanted to tell her that there had to be a way to make it work, that he was ready to face whatever came next, even if it meant walking through fire. But Isla's words, as harsh as they were, rang true. Her fears were justified. Then what? Liam asked, his voice strained. What do we do now? Where do we go? Isla hesitated. The weight of the decision she was about to make bore down on her, and the guilt gnawed at her. The last thing she wanted was to run. She wanted to fight, to stay, to be with him, to make everything right. But she knew deep down that staying meant putting Liam's life in danger, and she wasn't willing to watch him die for her. We leave, she whispered, the words tasting like ashes in her mouth. We disappear. We go into hiding. There's no other choice. Not now. Liam's heart clenched. The thought of running, of leaving everything behind, felt like a death sentence in its own right. Everything they'd fought for, everything they had built in the short time they'd been together, was being ripped away. It felt like they were giving up, but Isla was right. Their love wasn't the problem. The problem was the world around them. The vampires who would never understand, the hunters who would never relent, and the darkness that would always follow them. Where do we go? He asked, his voice hoarse. Isla didn't answer immediately. Her gaze flickered to the shadows, as if searching for an answer within them. After a long moment, she spoke again, her voice low and measured. There's a place, a sanctuary, a safe house for those who need to disappear. It's hidden. No one can find it unless they know where to look. And even then, the journey to get there is treacherous. But it's our best chance. It's the only place we can be safe for now. Liam stared at her, feeling the weight of what she was saying settle deep in his bones. A sanctuary. It sounded like a dream, a place where they could be free of the violence, the fear, and the constant running. But even as he thought of it, he knew that nothing would ever be truly safe for them. Not as long as there were vampires like Vladimir and hunters like Ethan, willing to do anything to tear them apart. I'm with you, Liam said, his voice more firm than he felt. Wherever we go, whatever happens, I'm with you. Isla's eyes softened for a moment, a flicker of something vulnerable crossing her features. But just as quickly, the mask of determination returned. She couldn't afford to show weakness. Not now. Not when their lives were hanging by a thread. We need to move quickly, Isla said, urgency creeping into her tone. The longer we stay here, the more chance they'll find us. The vampires and the hunters, they'll be looking for us. She helped Liam to his feet, her grip firm but gentle as she steadied him. His body protested, each step painful, but he refused to let her carry him. Not now. Not when everything they had was about to slip away. With one last glance at the battlefield, at the destruction they had caused and the world they were leaving behind, Isla and Liam set off into the darkness. The road ahead. The night seemed to stretch endlessly before them. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke, and the echoes of battle still rang in Liam's ears. The weight of what they had just escaped was almost too much to bear. But as they ventured further into the woods, away from the remnants of the war, the only thing that kept Liam moving was the thought of Isla. She was his anchor, his reason for surviving. Her presence, strong, unyielding, was the only thing that made the world feel somewhat bearable. And even though he knew the danger hadn't passed, even though the path ahead was uncertain and fraught with peril, he was determined to face it. With Isla by his side, he felt like they could survive anything. But Isla knew the truth. The path ahead would not be easy. They would have to leave everything behind. The life they had known, the people they had once been. Everything was changing, for better or worse. They had already crossed a line. There was no going back. Promise me something, Isla said suddenly, her voice breaking the silence. Liam turned to look at her, confused. What? Promise me, she continued, her voice quiet but full of intensity, that we'll make it through this, that no matter what happens, we won't lose each other. Liam looked into her eyes, the glow of the moonlight reflecting in them. He saw the fear she tried so desperately to hide, the vulnerability that she always masked with strength. I promise, he said, his voice steady. We'll make it. Together. And with that, they walked deeper into the night, leaving behind the broken world they had fought to survive. Chapter 23. The Moonlit Secret. The journey to the ancient sanctuary was long, treacherous, and filled with silence. Isla had led Liam deep into mountains, away from civilization, through dense forests and across rivers that seemed to whisper secrets in the dark. The path was hidden, known only to a select few vampires who still followed the old ways, who believed in keeping certain things hidden from the world of humans. Liam's body was sore, his wounds still aching from the last battle, but he refused to slow down. As long as Isla was with him, he would endure anything. They moved under the cover of night, and though Liam was still weak from his injuries, Isla's presence beside him was a steadying force. The path they walked on seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, the trees taller and older than any he had ever seen. The air felt thicker here, more electric, as if the very ground they walked on held centuries of secrets. Finally, after hours of travel, Isla stopped. She stood before an ancient stone archway, its surface covered in ivy and moss, hidden within a deep alcove in the side of the mountain. The air around them grew heavier, charged with the energy of something old, something powerful. Liam blinked in surprise. What is this place? Isla's eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, a sign of her connection to the ancient vampire energies that thrummed beneath the earth. She didn't need to speak to him. She simply gestured to the archway, and as they stepped closer, Liam noticed the intricate carvings etched into the stone. The symbols were foreign to him, twisted shapes and lines that seemed to pulse with life. "This," Isla whispered, her voice reverent, "is the entrance to the sanctuary of the first night." Liam stared at her, his heart racing. The first night, Isla nodded. "It's the place where vampires were born, the very place where our kind first emerged. No human has ever been here before. You are the first." Liam felt a strange sense of awe mixed with fear. The idea that he was walking on ground so ancient, so steeped in the history of vampires, was humbling. But more than that, it felt like stepping into something much larger than their love, something that neither of them could fully understand. Isla raised her hand and placed it against the stone archway, her fingers tracing the runes carved into its surface. A soft hum echoed through the air, and Liam felt a shift in the atmosphere. The stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. "This place is a part of me," Isla said quietly, her voice almost distant. "It was built by the first vampires, the ones who were turned by the ancient blood. Their power still resides here. It's why the sanctuary is hidden. It is a place of both great beauty and great danger." Liam's brow furrowed as he looked at her. "The first vampires? What do you mean?" Isla hesitated, a shadow of uncertainty passing through her eyes. She stepped back on the archway, guiding him to a narrow stone path that wound through the mountainside. The path was overgrown with centuries-old vines and wildflowers that emitted a faint glow in the moonlight, casting an eerie but beautiful light over everything. She led him deeper into the sanctuary, her steps silent as ever. "This place holds the truth about our origin," Isla began, her voice softer now, filled with unspoken sorrow. "The first night, it wasn't just the night vampires were created. It was the night of a great betrayal. The first vampires were once human, humans who were gifted the power of immortality by the ancient gods. But that power came with a price. The first vampires were meant to be protectors of the human race, but instead, they became rulers, tyrants who controlled the human world." Liam's heart skipped a beat. The history she spoke of was far darker than anything he had imagined. The image of vampires as protectors was shattered. Instead, they were the very thing that had brought so much pain to humanity. "Over time," Isla continued, her voice thick with the weight of the tale, "the first vampires grew more selfish, more power-hungry. They saw humans not as equals, but as cattle to feed on, tools to be used for their own desires. The ancient gods punished them for their greed, locking them away in a prison hidden deep within the sanctuary. That is where the true curse of vampirism began." Liam's mind raced as he processed the information. Vampires had once been human, and the gods had cursed them, forcing them to live with the consequences of their greed and cruelty. It was almost too much to bear. He turned to Isla, seeking some kind of explanation. "So, you're telling me that the first vampires, the ones who were created by the gods, they were the ones who caused this curse?" Liam asked, his voice incredulous. Isla nodded solemnly. "Yes, the blood that courses through my veins, through every vampire's veins, comes from that same line. It's a reminder of the consequences of our ancestors' actions, but it's also a part of who we are. It's what makes us what we are. Liam felt a strange knot in his stomach. The history of vampires was far darker than he could have ever imagined, but the truth was there, hidden beneath layers of myth and mystery. And somehow, in the midst of it all, their love had managed to survive. He glanced at Isla, the weight of their love pressing heavily between them. How do we fit into all of this, he asked. If this is the history of vampires, where does our love come into play? What does it mean for us? Isla stopped walking, her eyes distant as she looked at the stone walls around them. The glow of the sanctuary seemed to grow brighter, as if in response to her emotions. That's the question I've been asking myself since the day I met you, Isla said softly. We've always been told that vampires and humans are not meant to be together, that it's forbidden. But the truth is, Liam, our love challenges everything we've ever known. It's more than just a bond. It's a rebellion against the way our kind has lived for centuries. The god may have cursed us, but our love, it's not a curse. It's something different, something purer. Liam stepped closer to her, his hand reaching for hers. Isla, what are you saying? I'm saying that the gods may have cursed the first vampires to their greed, she said. But I believe we have the power to change that. We can break the cycle. Maybe our love, your love, our bond, is the key to breaking the curse. We are the future, Liam. Together, we are something no one has ever seen before. Her voice was filled with conviction, and Liam could feel the weight of her words settle in his chest. She wasn't just speaking about love. She was speaking about hope, a hope that perhaps their love could change everything, rewrite the history that had cursed them both. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Liam felt a flicker of something beyond fear, a sense of purpose, a belief that maybe, just maybe, their love wasn't something to be hidden. Maybe it was the answer to everything that had come before them. But as the night grew darker, Liam knew that the dangers of their love were far from over. The gods, the vampires, and the hunters, they were all still watching, waiting for the moment when their love would falter, when they would fall. Isla squeezed his hand, as though sensing the same fear. Whatever comes next, Liam, we face it together, no matter the cost. And in that moment, beneath the ancient moonlit sky, Liam knew that they were ready to fight for their love, ready to face whatever darkness awaited them. Chapter 24. The Heart's Choice. The cold wind swept through the ancient trees, the moonlight casting long, eerie shadows on the ground. Liam sat in the clearing outside the sanctuary, his knees pulled up to his chest, eyes lost in the night. The quiet was deafening, and the stillness in the air seemed to echo the turmoil inside him. It had been days since they had arrived at the sanctuary, and while Isla seemed to find solace in their refuge, Liam's mind was consumed with doubts. Every moment spent with her, the laughter, the tender glances, the moments when their hands brushed together, was precious, yet the fear of what lay ahead grew heavier with each passing hour. He had always known that their love was dangerous, that they were both walking a thin line between passion and destruction. But now, the fear of an inevitable loss was creeping into his heart. No matter how much he loved Isla, no matter how deep their bond ran, one truth remained constant. He would age. He would grow old. His body would wither. His life would fade. And she would stay the same. She would watch him crumble before her eyes. The thought gnawed at him, eating away at the quiet moments they shared. They could not outrun time. He would lose her, and she would remain unchanged while his flesh rotted away. It was a cruel, heart-wrenching reality. Liam clenched his fists, the thought unbearable yet inescapable. How do we keep going like this? He whispered to the night. Isla's voice interrupted his thoughts, her presence soft yet undeniable. He had not heard her approach, but he could always sense her. Her heartbeat, her scent, the way the air seemed to shift when she was near. He turned his head to see her standing just a few feet away, her dark eyes filled with the quiet strength she always exuded. I thought you were resting, Liam said, his voice low, almost apologetic. I was, Isla replied, her voice gentle, but there was a trace of concern beneath it. But I felt you slip away. What's on your mind, Liam? He wanted to say nothing, to push his fears aside, and pretend that their love could last forever. But the truth lingered too heavily in his chest. He couldn't ignore it any longer. I keep thinking about the future, Liam began, his voice shaking as the weight of his emotions came crashing down. Isla, what happens when we're old? What happens when I'm no longer who I am and you're still you? You'll stay young, forever beautiful, while I grow old, wither away. I'll watch you, but you won't age, and I won't be able to keep up with you. What happens when I die? The silence that followed was thick with unspoken words. Isla's gaze softened as she slowly stepped closer, kneeling beside him. Her fingers brushed his, and the warmth of her touch contrasted sharply with the cold night air. The moonlight illuminated her face, but there was no warmth in her eyes, only the weight of eternity. I've always known this would be part of it, Liam, Isla said quietly, her voice barely a whisper. I knew, from the moment we met, that one day I would have to face this. She paused, as if gathering her thoughts before continuing. It's the curse of immortality. I've seen countless humans grow old, fade away, and I remain. But the truth is, the pain of that loss never truly fades. No matter how many lives I live, no matter how many moments I experience, the emptiness always remains. Because you're right, I don't age, and that's a kind of loneliness I can't escape. Liam's heart twisted. He had always thought about the pain he would feel, but he had never considered the pain she lived with, watching the world change, knowing that she was destined to lose everyone she loved again and again as they aged and died. But you still love me, Liam said quietly, his voice filled with awe and a hint of fear. Even knowing that one day I'll be gone, you still love me. Isla nodded, her eyes reflecting the deep sorrow of centuries. I do, but love alone can't change what is inevitable. I am cursed, Liam, and you are mortal. There will come a time when I will have to say goodbye. I'll have to watch you slip away, and it will destroy me. I've lived long enough to know the truth of love and loss. Liam's chest constricted. The thought of losing her, of seeing her face frozen in time as he faded away, seemed unbearable. But even more unbearable was the thought of never having had her at all. Is there no way out of it? Liam asked, his voice raw. Is there no way to change our fate? I don't want to live without you. I can't imagine a future without you by my side. Isla's expression softened, a flicker of sadness passing over her face. You know as well as I do that there is no cure for immortality, no way to make us equal. Vampires and humans were never meant to be together in this way. But we can be, Liam said with conviction that surprised even himself. We've found a way. Haven't we? Our love is proof of that. It challenges everything that the gods, the vampires, and the world has ever told us. Why can't we challenge this too? Isla's gaze faltered as she looked away for a moment, her mind racing as she considered his words. You're asking if there's a way to stop time, if there's a way for us to be together forever. But the price of that choice, it's too high, Liam. It would change everything. It would destroy everything. Then we face that, Liam said with determination, taking her hand in his. Whatever it costs, I'll pay it. If there's a chance that we can have forever together, I'll risk anything. I'd rather have a short eternity with you than a lifetime without you. Isla's breath caught in her throat. She had never imagined that someone human, could speak with such passion, such resolve. But in that moment, she understood. She understood why she had risked everything for him, why she had fought so hard to protect their love. I don't want to live in a world without you either, Isla whispered. Her voice cracked with emotion. But I can't bear the thought of you giving up your humanity, Liam. It's a price that you may not be able to come back from. You would lose everything, your soul, your family, your life. Is that a price you're willing to pay? Liam met her gaze, his heart full of love so deep, so consuming, that nothing seemed impossible. For you, yes, I'd give up everything. I'd rather be with you forever than live a lifetime without you by my side. The wind howled through the trees, the world seeming to hold its breath as the two of them stood on the precipice of a choice that would change everything. For the first time in his life, Liam realized that love wasn't just about being together. It was about choosing to face the darkest parts of life, the inevitable pain, and still choosing each other despite it all. Isla gazed into his eyes, the weight of the decision heavy on her shoulders. She had lived for centuries, seen the rise and fall of civilizations, loved and lost countless times. But in that moment, she saw a future that she had never dared to imagine before, one where she didn't have to face eternity alone. "Then we'll find a way," she whispered, her voice steady, as if she had just made the most important decision of her life. Liam's heart swelled with hope, his mind made up. Whatever it took, whatever sacrifices they had to make, they would face it together. They had already defied the odds once. They would do it again. And in that moment, beneath the ancient sky, Liam knew that they were ready to fight for the impossible, ready to make the hardest choice of all, to risk everything for the chance at a love that could last forever. Chapter 25, The Vampire's Curse. The night was heavy with silence, the kind that felt oppressive, like the calm before a storm. Isla sat before a grand, ancient altar in a hidden sanctuary, its weathered stone covered in centuries-old inscriptions. The flickering candlelight cast shadows across the walls, making the room feel both sacred and suffocating. Liam stood at the threshold of the chamber, his heart heavy with a sense of dread he couldn't shake. For days, Isla had been researching, poring over ancient vampire texts, scrolls written in long-forgotten languages, tales from centuries ago. She discovered something that had shaken her to her very core, something that had sent the entire vampire coven into a frenzy. It was a prophecy, one that had been sealed away, hidden from vampire kind for generations, a prophecy that foretold the end of the vampire world, a prophecy that Isla, the girl he loved, was at the center of. Liam took a step forward, his gaze locked on Isla. Her face was pale, her usual strength replaced by a quiet sorrow. The weight of what she had uncovered had burdened her, and it hurt him to see her this way. She had always been so strong, so defiant in the face of danger. But now there was something else in her eyes, a kind of resigned fear, as though she knew that the time for fighting was coming to an end. "Isla," Liam's voice broke the silence, soft yet filled with concern. He crossed the room to stand by her side. "What's going on? You've been locked away in here for days. What did you find?" Isla's eyes met his, but there was no warmth in them, only the cold, distant knowledge of something that could destroy them both. "The prophecy," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It's real, Liam. It's all true." Liam's heart skipped a beat. He had heard rumors, whispers of ancient vampire prophecies, but he had never taken them seriously. After all, many prophecies were little more than myth, designed to keep the vampire world in fear, to manipulate their actions. But the look in Isla's eyes told him that this was different. This was no myth. This was a warning. "What does it say?" Liam asked, his voice steady but his insides trembling. Isla took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she picked up one of the scrolls before her. She unrolled it carefully, revealing the ancient writing that seemed to swirl in front of her like a living thing, drawing her in. She touched the edges of the scroll with reverence, before speaking the words that would change everything. It says, "The one who walks between worlds, the one born of both human and immortal blood, will be the catalyst of the end. The curse of the vampire race will be fulfilled by the blood of the chosen." She paused, her throat tightening. "And then, there's this line that haunts me. The one who is the last to love shall be the first to die." Liam's chest tightened at the words. He didn't need to ask what it meant. It meant that Isla, the woman he loved, the one person who had shown him a world he never thought possible, was at the center of their destruction. You're the one in the prophecy," Liam whispered, his voice breaking. "Isla, you're the catalyst." Isla nodded, her face pale with the realization. "I always knew there was something about me, something that was different. The fact that I can love you, that I can feel what I feel for you, goes against everything the vampire world believes. We are cursed from the beginning, Liam. We were never meant to love humans. And now this prophecy says that my love for you is the final act of destruction." Liam shook his head, his heart pounding in his chest. "No, this can't be true. You and I, we can fight this. We've been fighting everything from the beginning. The hunters, your coven, the world itself. We can survive this too. Isla turned to him, her eyes filled with tears that she refused to let fall. I wish I could believe that. But the prophecy isn't just a story, Liam. It's an inevitability. The vampires have been preparing for this for centuries. They believe that I am the one who will bring about their end. And the worst part is, the only way to stop it, her voice cracked. The only way is for me to make an unimaginable sacrifice. Liam's heart skipped a beat. What sacrifice? He demanded, his voice trembling with fear. Isla closed her eyes for a moment, as if gathering the strength to say the words aloud. The prophecy says that I must give up the thing I love most in this world, the bond one share with you. I must sever the connection between us. I must destroy everything we have, or the vampire world will be no more. Liam took a step back, his mind racing to understand what she was saying. No, you can't mean that. You can't. You're talking about ending us. You're talking about losing everything we've fought for. Isla reached for his hand, her touch desperate. Liam, you don't understand. If I don't do this, the world will crumble. The balance will tip. And I will be the one to end it. I will be the one to bring about the death of my people, of everyone I have ever known. The weight of her words pressed down on Liam, suffocating him. The idea that the love he had fought for, had bled for, was the very thing that could bring about their destruction was unbearable. And the thought that Isla, the woman he loved with all his heart, would be forced to make such a choice, one that would destroy them both, was beyond comprehension. But there has to be another way, Liam whispered, a spark of hope still flickering inside him. There has to be. Isla's eyes met his, and for the briefest moment, he saw the flicker of something, a glimmer of hope, perhaps, or a final acceptance of what was to come. But it was fleeting. There isn't, Liam. This is the only way. To save you. To save everything. I have to choose the world over you. I have to let you go. Liam's mind reeled. The woman he loved, the woman who had taught him what it meant to truly live, was now telling him that she had to let him go, to sacrifice everything for a world he didn't belong to, and he was powerless to stop it. No, Liam said, his voice shaking with emotion. I won't let you do this. I'll fight for you. Isla, I'll fight for us. I won't let you make this choice alone. But Isla's eyes were filled with sorrow that went deeper than any words could express. I don't want to lose you, Liam. I don't want to live without you. But sometimes love isn't enough. Sometimes we have to let go to save what matters most. The silence between them was thick with unspoken pain and love. Love that could never be severed, even by the cruelty of fate. Isla had made her choice. And as much as it broke his heart, Liam knew, deep down, that she was right. But he wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. He took her face in his hands, his eyes filled with determination. We'll find another way. Together, we'll defy fate. I won't let you go. I love you. Isla closed her eyes, resting her forehead against his. I love you too, Liam. But the clock is ticking, and I can feel it. The end is coming. And with those words, the darkness of the prophecy seemed to consume them both. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear. They would face it together, no matter what the cost. Chapter 26. The Lovers' Pact. The air in the ancient, candlelit chamber crackled with energy that Liam couldn't explain. It was as if the very walls of the hidden sanctuary around them were alive with the weight of centuries of secrets, waiting to be unearthed. In the center of the room stood Cassandra, a vampire elder of immense power and knowledge. She had lived through eras, watched kingdoms rise and fall, and had seen the darkest corners of the vampire world. She was both revered and feared. Whispers of her power had spread through the ages, and now she stood before Liam and Isla as their only hope. They had sought her out in desperation, willing to do anything to break the prophecy's hold on their love. Cassandra was their last chance to rewrite their destinies. Liam could barely contain his anxiety. His mind raced with all the possibilities. The stakes were higher than they had ever been. He had promised Isla he would fight for them. And here they were, in a place where every decision could lead to ruin or salvation. Isla stood beside him, her eyes filled with equal parts hope and dread. The woman he loved had already sacrificed so much, and the weight of the prophecy threatened to crush them both. Liam squeezed her hand, trying to offer comfort, though he could feel her unease. She knew that this would be the turning point, but she also knew that with Cassandra's help came an undeniable risk. Cassandra stood before them like a figure out of a nightmare. Her ageless beauty, paired with the quiet power she exuded, made her presence impossible to ignore. She was a creature of both wisdom and darkness, her eyes a striking shade of violet that seemed to pierce through the very souls of those who dared to meet her gaze. Her long, silver hair cascaded down her back, and her voice was smooth like silk, calm and deadly. "You seek to defy fate, to break the prophecy that binds your love," Cassandra said, her voice low and measured. "I've seen your bond, Liam, Isla. It is unlike any I've witnessed before. A love so deep it could either save or destroy everything." Liam's heart thudded painfully in his chest. "We don't care about the consequences. We'll do whatever it takes to change this, to stay together. Please help us." Isla glanced at him, her eyes full of love but also doubt. She was afraid that this was a step too far, a choice that could unravel everything. But she, too, knew that they couldn't just stand by and let the prophecy take its toll. Their love was worth fighting for. Cassandra smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Very well. I can offer you the knowledge you seek, but it comes with a price." Liam's stomach churned. What price? Cassandra's violet eyes locked onto Isla. For a vampire, the curse of immortality is both a blessing and a burden. But you, Isla, are unique. You were born of both worlds, human and vampire. Your bond with Liam, your love, is the key to breaking the curse that threatens your kind. However, to do so, you must sever your connection to the vampire world entirely. You must give up your immortality, your powers, your place among your people. Isla recoiled at the thought. "What?" she whispered, her voice shaky. "Give up everything? My immortality? I can't. I can't lose this. I can't lose what I am." Liam felt his heart break at the pain in Isla's voice. He understood her fear, but at the same time, he couldn't bear to watch her struggle with the idea of losing everything she had ever known. The world they lived in was dangerous. She had already sacrificed so much for their love. But could she truly give up her immortality, the thing that had defined her existence for centuries? Cassandra nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. To rewrite the future, one must first let go of the past. And Isla, only by giving up your immortality can you break the prophecy's curse. But be warned, this choice will not come without consequences. Your bond with Liam will be altered in ways neither of you can anticipate. And once the pact is made, there is no turning back. The room seemed to grow colder as the weight of Cassandra's words sank in. Liam's mind spun with the possibilities. Giving up Isla's immortality would mean she would age, grow old, and eventually die. But they would have time. Time that was stolen from them by fate. And in that time, they could build a life together, free from the prophecy that loomed over them like a shadow. But would Isla be willing to make that sacrifice? Would she be able to give up everything she had known for him? And what about the unknown consequences that Cassandra spoke of? What would their love look like in the wake of such a decision? Liam turned to Isla, his voice filled with urgency. "Isla, please, this would be our only chance. We could be free of this curse. We could have a future together. You're not alone in this. I'm here with you. I'll stand by you no matter what." Tears welled up in Isla's eyes, and for a moment, she was silent, contemplating the enormity of the choice before her. "Liam," she whispered, her voice trembling, "I never thought I would have a future. I never thought I would have love. I never thought I would have you. But to give up everything, to give up who I am, I don't know if I can." Liam reached for her hand, his heart aching. "Isla, you've already given up so much for me, for us, and we're still here, fighting. This could be our chance. But it's your choice. I can't make it for you." Isla's gaze met Cassandra's, then drifted to Liam. The silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. The weight of the decision pressed down on Isla's shoulders, and yet, deep in her eyes, Liam could see the same determination that had driven her to fight for their love from the very beginning. "I'll do it," Isla said, her voice quiet but resolute. I'll give up my immortality. I'll make the sacrifice if it means I can be with Liam, if it means we can have a future together. A sharp breath escaped Cassandra, but she nodded approvingly. Very well, the pact is made. Suddenly, the room seemed to shimmer, as if the very air was charged with raw power. Cassandra raised her hands, her fingers weaving intricate patterns in the air, and an ancient symbol began to form around Isla and Liam. The ritual was about to begin. Isla's heart raced, her mind a whirlwind of fear and hope. As the magic surged around them, she felt her own body trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of the choice she was making. This was the point of no return. Liam stood beside her, his hand firmly in hers, his presence grounding her. Whatever happens, we're in this together. Always. The pact was sealed, the bond between them stronger than ever, but also changed, unpredictable and dangerous. The room grew dark, and the energy in the air crackled, leaving both of them breathless. As the ritual concluded, Cassandra stepped back, her expression unreadable. "The pact is complete," she said, her voice heavy with the consequences of what had just transpired. "But know this. The curse may be broken, but its consequences have only just begun. You have rewritten your fate, but the cost will be felt across both worlds." Isla and Liam stood, staring at each other in the aftermath of the ritual, unsure of what lay ahead. They had taken a bold step, but in doing so, they had opened the door to unknown dangers, dangers that could tear them apart or make them stronger than ever. But for now, they had each other, and that was enough. Chapter 27. The Depths of Despair. The days following the pact of Cassandra were nothing short of a whirlwind, a turbulent mix of hope and dread. The air between Liam and Isla had shifted. What had once been a bond forged by love and passion now carried an unbearable weight, one that neither of them could have anticipated. The act of rewriting their fate had come at a price, and Isla felt the full force of it. It started subtly at first. Isla noticed a sense of fatigue, an unusual heaviness in her body that she couldn't shake. Her mind, once sharp and focused, became clouded, and the strength that had once come so effortlessly to her began to fade. The first sign of trouble came one evening, as they sat together in the dimly lit sanctuary, the flicker of candlelight casting long shadows on the walls. Isla had been unusually quiet for the past few hours, her hands trembling as she traced the outline of Liam's hand with her finger. She seemed distant, her eyes glazed as though lost in some distant memory. "Isla," Liam's voice broke through the silence. "Are you okay?" She turned to him, offering him a faint smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I'm fine," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just tired." Liam didn't buy it. He had seen her exhausted before, but this was different. Something was wrong. "Isla, you're not fine. What's happening?" Before she could respond, a sudden wave of dizziness overtook her. She gasped, her vision blurring as the room seemed to tilt dangerously. Isla's legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed into Liam's arms, her body limp and unresponsive. "Isla!" Panic flooded Liam's chest as he caught her, his heart pounding in his ears. "Isla, talk to me. What's happening?" He could feel the cold sweat coating her skin, could see the faint bluish hue under her lips, a sign of something terribly wrong. Isla's breathing was shallow, labored, and her body trembled violently in his arms. For the first time since they had met, Liam was terrified. Isla's eyes fluttered open, but they were unfocused, her gaze distant. She tried to speak, but her voice faltered. "Liam, I don't know what's happening to me." Liam's heart sank as he cradled her in his arms. He had no idea what was going on, but one thing was clear. The pact, the ritual, the decision to sever Isla's immortality. It had done something to her. Something dark and unexplainable. He needed answers. Liam spent the next several hours pacing, his mind racing with thoughts of what to do. The sanctuary, their only safe haven, felt smaller with each passing moment. He couldn't bear to see Isla in this state. So frail, so vulnerable. It wasn't supposed to be like this. They had fought for so long to be together, to rewrite their fates, only to have everything unravel so quickly. When night fell, Liam ventured into the heart of the sanctuary's depths, seeking out Cassandra. The ancient vampire elder was their only hope now, and he knew he needed to confront her. She had offered them the pact, given them the knowledge to rewrite their future, but she hadn't warned them of the consequences. Liam found Cassandra in her study, surrounded by old tomes and ancient scrolls. Her silver hair glowed faintly in the candlelight, her violet eyes sharp as ever. But there was something about her demeanor that made Liam uneasy. She knew more than she was letting on. What's happening to her? Liam demanded, his voice tight with desperation. Isla, she's dying. I can't lose her. Not like this. You told us the pact would break the curse. But this is worse than anything we faced before. Cassandra didn't flinch at his words, but there was a flicker of something in her gaze. Something Liam couldn't read. She stood slowly, her movements graceful and deliberate, like a predator sizing up her prey. The pact, she began, her voice low and steady, is not without its consequences. It wasn't simply a matter of severing Isla's immortality. The ancient magic that binds immortals is complex. By giving up her immortality, Isla has become something else entirely. What do you mean? Liam demanded, his heart racing. He could feel the weight of the uncertainty crushing him, the walls closing in. Isla was never meant to be human again, Cassandra replied, her voice grave. Her immortality was tied to the very fabric of her existence. Severing it was not just a matter of removing her vampiric nature. It has unraveled something deep within her. Liam's breath caught in his throat. What do you mean, unraveled? Cassandra turned to the ancient scrolls on her table, pulling one out and unfurling it with care. There's an old curse in vampire lore, the curse of the Forsaken. It said that when an immortal breaks the bond of eternity, they must face the consequences of their choice. For some, it is a fading of the soul, a loss of vitality. For others, it is a slow death. Liam felt his knees weaken, his mind reeling. No, this can't be happening. There has to be something we can do. Cassandra's eyes softened, but only for a brief moment. I'm afraid that there is little I can do. The curse runs deep, and Isla's body is struggling to adapt to the loss of what she was. If you wish to save her, you must find another way, a way to restore her essence. But be warned, the solution may not be what you expect. Liam clenched his fists, frustration and fear battling inside him. Tell me what to do. I'll do anything. Just tell me. Cassandra met his gaze, her eyes filled with an unreadable emotion. You must find the bloodstone. It is an ancient artifact, said to be able to heal the fractures in an immortal soul, but it is not easy to obtain. The bloodstone is hidden in a place that only the bravest dare to venture, a place that is as dangerous as it is elusive. Liam didn't hesitate. I'll find it. I'll go wherever I have to go. Meanwhile, back at the sanctuary, Isla lay in a deep, restless sleep, her body pale and fragile. Her once glowing skin was now dulled, and her breaths were shallow, labored. Her body seemed to be rejecting the very change that had once seemed like a miracle. The magic that severed her immortality was now slowly consuming her from the inside out, leaving her weak and fading. Liam returned to her side, his heart heavy with the weight of the decisions he now had to make. He had no time to waste. The bloodstone was their only hope, but he didn't know where to begin his search or what dangers lay ahead. All he knew was that he had to save her. There was no world in which he could imagine living without Isla by his side. His eyes met hers, and for a moment, everything else faded away. Her love for him was evident in the way she looked at him, even in her weakened state. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. He couldn't let her go, not after everything they had fought for. Stay with me, Isla, Liam whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I will find a way to save you. I swear I will. But even as he spoke the words, he knew the weight of the journey ahead of him. The path to the bloodstone would be perilous, and the cost could be higher than he ever imagined. But for Isla, he would face anything. Chapter 28. The Final Betrayal. The night had fallen heavy over the sanctuary, a blanket of darkness pressing in from all sides. The usual peace of their hidden refuge had been replaced by an unsettling quiet, one that only Liam and Isla could truly understand. They had come so far, faced so much together, but now, With the bloodstone still out of reach and the curse slowly draining Isla of her strength, it seemed as though the walls were closing in on them. Desperation had taken root in their hearts. But hope remained, even if it was fragile and fleeting. Liam had been preparing for the dangerous journey to find the bloodstone when an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Jasper, the quiet but loyal vampire who had been part of their inner circle for months. He had been with them through thick and thin, always present with a quiet word of encouragement or a helping hand. But on this night, the air between them was different. There was a coldness in Jasper's eyes, something calculating that made Liam uneasy. It wasn't until they were deep within the sanctuary, standing in the shadows near the stone-walled corridor, that the truth revealed itself. It came with a whisper, a voice that was all too familiar, but now held a sinister edge. "I didn't want you to find out like this, but I suppose it's too late now," Jasper said softly, his voice barely above a murmur. "I never was one for long goodbyes." Liam froze, his blood running cold at the sound of the words. "What are you talking about?" Isla, standing beside him, narrowed her eyes as she turned to face Jasper. She had sensed something off for days now, but she hadn't acted on her suspicions. Until now. The weight of the moment hung between them like a blade, poised to strike. Jasper's lips curled into a faint smile, though it lacked the warmth Liam had once trusted. "I was never meant to be your ally, Liam. I was sent here to keep an eye on you. On both of you." Isla's heart dropped. "What do you mean? You were working for the Hunters." Jasper finished the sentence, his tone devoid of remorse. "All this time, I've been reporting back to them. Everything you've done, every move you've made, I've known. You really thought you could outsmart them." The world seemed to spin around Liam as he stepped back, his mind struggling to process the words. The betrayal hit him like a punch to the gut. Jasper, the man they had fought alongside, trusted with their lives, was working for the very enemies they had spent so long avoiding. It was a blow that left him speechless, his anger and disbelief struggling to rise to the surface. "You've been lying to us?" Liam's voice was low, strained, as if the weight of the realization had choked off his ability to speak properly. Jasper didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped closer, his eyes glinting with a mix of cold calculation and something else. Something far more dangerous. "Lying? I was just doing my job. The Hunters offer me more than you ever could. Power, immortality, everything I ever wanted. And now I've played my part. I've made sure the Hunters know everything. Isla's curse, your plans, the bloodstone, it's all in their hands now." Liam's chest tightened, his heart hammering with fury. He could feel his pulse in his temples, the blood boiling in his veins as his fists clenched. "You're a traitor," he spat, the word feeling like it could tear apart everything they had worked for. The trust, the sacrifices, the bond, they were all shattered in an instant. Isla stepped forward, her voice sharp with the force of 1,000 years of pain. "You think they'll give you anything but death? You think they'll keep their promises to you?" Her eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity, the power of her vampiric nature stirring beneath the surface. "You betrayed the wrong people, Jasper." For a moment, there was a silence between them, heavy with the weight of what was happening. But Jasper didn't retreat. Instead, he smiled a bitter, empty smile. "You don't understand. Isla, this is the only way. You and Liam are a threat to everything the Hunters have built. And the truth is, they're the only ones who can give me what I've always wanted. I've made my choice. Now you'll make yours." Without another word, he turned on his heel, his footsteps echoing down the corridor, his betrayal hanging in the air like a suffocating fog. Liam's hand shot out, but there was nothing he could do. Jasper was already gone. Isla's heart was racing, her emotions in turmoil. Anger surged within her, but beneath it, a deep, gnawing pain began to eat at her resolve. Betrayal. It was the one thing she could never have prepared for. She had fought so hard to protect Liam, to make sure he was safe in a world that would never accept him. And now, the very people she had trusted most, her coven, her allies, had turned against her. Liam stood beside her, his jaw clenched, fists trembling. He could feel the weight of the betrayal more deeply than Isla ever could. His entire world had been upended in a matter of minutes. His trust had been so easily manipulated, and now there was nowhere safe for them. Jasper had sold them out. Everything they had done, every secret they had shared, had been relayed to the hunters. The war was no longer just about survival. It was a fight for everything they had left. Liam, Isla's voice broke through his thoughts, her tone soft but filled with a quiet determination. We can't let them win. He met her gaze, and for a moment, the world outside ceased to exist. Her face, pale and exhausted from the curse, still held the strength that had always drawn him in. But now, there was a new fire in her eyes. They had been betrayed, yes, but they had also been tested, and Isla had always been stronger than anyone had realized. I'm not going anywhere without you, Liam said, his voice low and unwavering. We fight this together. Always. Isla nodded, her expression fierce. Then we fight, Liam, no matter the cost. The news of Jasper's betrayal spread like wildfire through the sanctuary, a ripple of shock and confusion sweeping through the vampire coven. Many were just as stunned as Liam and Isla had been. Others already knew the truth and had aligned themselves with the hunters long ago. The divide was clear now. There were no allies left within their walls, only enemies dressed in familiar faces. But this wasn't over, not by a long shot. As the moon hung high in the sky, a fresh wave of resolve surged through Liam. They had one choice left: to find Jasper and the hunters, to stop them before they could destroy everything. The Bloodstone was still out there, the key to breaking Isla's curse. But now, the stakes were even higher. The battle for their love, for their survival, had only just begun. Chapter 29, The Ultimate Sacrifice. The air in the vampire sanctuary was thick with tension, an eerie stillness that seemed to consume everything in its path. The moonlight filtered through the thick canopy of trees, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. Liam stood at the edge of a clearing, his chest heavy with the weight of the decision that loomed over him. Isla stood beside him, her eyes dark with a mixture of fear and resolve. They had come so far, fought so much, and lost more than they ever thought possible. But now, they were facing a choice more terrifying than any battle they had ever fought. The prophecy was clear. To stop the curse that threatened to consume Isla's soul and destroy both their worlds, one of them had to make the ultimate sacrifice. The price of their love had always been high, but this, the final test, was a price neither of them could bear to face. It was a culmination of everything they had feared, everything they had worked to protect, and the reason they had been drawn together in the first place. In the distance, the vampire hunters, led by Ethan, their relentless enemy, were closing in. The final battle was imminent. They had tracked Isla and Liam to this place, ready to strike the fatal blow. But more dangerous than the hunters themselves was the curse that had already begun to consume Isla from within. Her immortality, once a gift, had now become a torment, a prison from which there was no escape. Liam's heart thundered in his chest as he turned to Isla. He had never seen her so vulnerable, her once immense power now diminished by the curse that drained her life force bit by bit. Every passing moment felt like a countdown to their inevitable end. And yet, standing here, knowing what was at stake, he still couldn't imagine life without her. Isla, he began, his voice tight with emotion. There has to be another way. We can't just let it end like this. There has to be something we can do. She turned to face him, her eyes filled with sorrow. There isn't, Liam. This is the only way. The prophecy was never meant to be broken. It was always meant to test us. And now we have to choose. He shook his head, frustration and anger rising in him. I won't let you sacrifice yourself. Not for me. Not for anything. His fingers curled into fists, his mind racing with every possible solution. Every inch of him screamed that he couldn't lose her, that their love was worth any battle, any fight. But the truth was, the cost of saving their love was greater than anything he had ever imagined. Isla placed her hand gently on his arm, the touch soft yet filled with a quiet strength. Liam, we both known this day would come. The curse that binds me to this world is the very reason I'm trapped in this eternal cycle. To stop it, to save both of us, one of us must step into the fire. His eyes widened. You're talking about death, Isla. That's not a sacrifice. That's forever. The words left his mouth before he could stop them, and they sounded so final, so irreversible, that they felt like a death sentence. She nodded slowly. Yes, but it's not just death. It's the only way to break the chain. If I die, the curse will end. But it means I won't be with you anymore. Our love, it will be nothing more than a memory. I will fade into the shadows, like so many others who came before me. Liam's throat tightened at the thought of losing her, of the very idea that their love will be erased by fate. I can't accept that. I won't. Isla's face softened, her eyes filled with the raw vulnerability she had never shown him before. And I can't bear the thought of you losing me either, Liam, but if you choose to die with me, to stay by my side and join me in the curse, then you'll condemn both of us to an eternity of torment, an eternity in which we can never truly be together. And I couldn't live with that. Liam reached for her, his fingers trembling as he cupped her face. He could feel her life slipping away, and it terrified him. Then what do we do? He whispered, his voice cracking. How can I make this choice? How can we choose between our love and the future we both dreamed of? Isla's gaze flickered the horizon where the vampire hunters were now visible, their dark silhouettes closing in on the sanctuary. There's no other choice left. We've already defied fate so many times, Liam. But this is the moment where we finally face it. We can either die fighting for each other, or we can choose to end the curse. As her words settled in, a profound silence descended upon them. The weight of their decision, of the sacrifice, hung heavy in the air, suffocating the very breath from their lungs. And in that silence, a deep truth blossomed in Liam's heart. Isla had always been the one who understood the price of immortality, the loneliness, the endless grief of watching loved ones fade. But for him, every moment with her had been a miracle, a fleeting, precious gift he could never have dreamed of. To lose her, to lose this love that consumed his soul, it was more than he could bear. But perhaps that was the very thing that made their love so powerful. I don't know what the future holds, Isla, Liam said, his voice shaking but steady with resolve. But I'm not going to let you go. If the curse is what stands between us, then I'll take it. If it means I have to die for us to be free, then I'll do it. I choose you. Always. Tears shimmered in Isla's eyes as she reached for him, pulling him close. For a moment, everything else faded. The hunters, the curse, the prophecy, all of it disappeared as she held him tight. She didn't need to speak. Her love for him was evident in every touch, every sigh, every heartbeat they shared. You don't understand, she whispered, her voice breaking. This choice isn't just about us. It's about the world. If we don't stop the curse, it will destroy everything. And I won't let that happen. I love you too much. The world felt as though it was spinning out of control, but Liam knew, deep in his heart, that this was their moment. This was their fight. And no matter what the cost, he would stand by her forever. Isla stepped back, her hand trembling as she reached for the ritual dagger hidden within the fold of her cloak. The weapon was ancient, infused with the magic of the vampire world, capable of breaking the chains of immortality. As she held it, she turned to Liam, her eyes filled with both sorrow and strength. Are you ready? She asked softly, her voice barely audible above the wind. Liam nodded, his heart racing, but his mind clear. Yes, whatever happens, we do this together. With a deep breath, Isla pressed a dagger into his hand, the cool metal biting into his palm. They stood there, side by side, facing the inevitable, and as the hunters descended upon them, ready to fight for their lives, Liam and Isla prepared to make the ultimate choice, the one that would either save their love or destroy forever. Chapter 30, A Love Beyond Time. The winds howled to the desolate landscape, the remnants of the battle echoing in the distance. The vampire hunters had been vanquished, but the cost was heavy. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the sacred ground where Liam and Isla stood seemed to hum with ancient power. This place, once a sanctuary of peace, had become the final battleground for their love. Liam's chest heaved as he stood beside Isla, his heart full of conflicting emotions. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The curse that bound Isla, that bound them both, had been broken. Yet the price had been far greater than either of them could have ever anticipated. Isla was no longer the immortal creature she had once been. The ritual that had shattered the curse had come at a terrible cost. Her immortality was gone. For the first time in centuries, Isla was human. But in that transformation, she had lost more than her powers. She had lost the very thing that had kept her alive all these years, time itself. And now, as she stood before Liam, her once glowing eyes dimmed by the weight of her decision, she felt the unbearable pull of time's finality. "I can't believe it's over," Liam said quietly, his voice rough with emotion. He reached for her hand, his fingers trembling as they wrapped around hers. Her skin was warm to the touch, human again, and yet it felt like they were standing on the precipice of something both terrifying and beautiful. Isla smiled weakly, her expression one of peace and sadness intertwined. She had chosen this, chosen him, but at what cost? She could feel the years slipping away now, the knowledge that her life with Liam would be fleeting, that her time with him would be limited. But as she gazed into his eyes, she realized that in choosing to be with him, she had gained something far more precious than immortality. "I never thought I'd be able to have this, to feel human again," Isla said softly, her voice tinged with both wonder and grief. "But I would give up anything, everything, for this moment with you, Liam. You gave me the greatest gift anyone could give, the chance to live, to love like a mortal." Liam cupped her face gently, his heart swelling with both love and sorrow. "And you gave me the courage to fight for something bigger than myself. I never believed that love could be so powerful until I found you. Isla, you taught me that love isn't just a feeling. It's a force strong enough to change everything." Isla leaned into his touch, her heart aching as she thought of all they had been through. The curse, the betrayal, the danger, everything that had brought them to this moment. And now, standing together on the precipice of a life that would one day come to an end, she knew that the greatest love story ever told wasn't defined by eternity, but by the moments they shared. "I wish we had more time," she whispered, her voice breaking. "We'll make the most of the time we have," Liam replied, his voice filled with resolve. "It doesn't matter if it's a year, a decade, or a lifetime. As long as we're together, it will be enough." And in that moment, the world seemed to fall away. There were no more battles to fight, no more enemies to face. There was only the two of them, bound by a love that had survived the test of time, a love that had transcended the boundaries of life and death. The sun began to set on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land. It was a new day, one that Isla and Liam would face together, knowing that their love would live on long after they were gone. The prophecy had foretold that one of them would have to make the ultimate sacrifice, and in a way they both had. Isla had given up her immortality, her eternity, and Liam had given up the life he knew to be with her. But their sacrifice was not in vain. They had broken the curse. They had rewritten their fate. Isla's human life would be fleeting, but their love would endure. Years passed. Isla, now human, lived a life full of love and laughter, moments that were cherished every single day. As her years went on, the memories of the past, of their battles, their passion, their sacrifices, never faded. They stayed with her, like the thread of a tapestry woven through time. And when she grew old and her time on earth drew to a close, she knew that she had lived the greatest life a person could live, not because of the length of her days, but because of the depth of the love she had shared with Liam. On her deathbed, as her frail body faded away, she closed her eyes, and there in the stillness of the room, she felt his presence. Liam was there. His touch, as warm and real as it had ever been, was beside her. "Always," he whispered softly in her ear, his voice familiar and comforting. "Forever, Isla. Our love will never end." And with that final promise, Isla passed into peace, knowing that even in death, she would never truly be apart from him. Their love, their bond, was stronger than time itself. It was a force that no curse, no prophecy, no betrayal could ever erase. The world would forget their names, but their love would echo through eternity, a legacy of what it means to truly love without limits. Isla and Liam, forever bound by a love that had surpassed even death.